I do think it's more than one flock, but great to start off like this anyway. But please also do remember this is a live and interactive experience as well as being your safari. So please do send through any chats, conversations, questions, any points of interest you might have or might have seen. And we'd love to answer these questions or any chats or anything that you do want to know about. So please do send those throughout the course of the show. But a nice morning here anyway. It's great to see these guinea fowl here being pretty consistent as well. So it should be quite warm. It does look like those clouds are going to probably burn off at some stage, and you can expect quite a bit of action. This waterhole has been pretty busy over the last few days, so we are holding thumbs and hoping that that remains the case today. You can also hear Egyptian geese, or just the one goose even for now. And we'll try and keep a tab on them because they do have one gosling left, so we'll also just make sure that that is still around. They haven't lost any more, or even their last one. But really quite a nice, pleasant start to the morning here in Mashatu today. A little bit windy, but really quite pleasant. But in saying that, and as these zebra walk in for us, it is time for us to look at what the weather is across our different locations today. So as you would have seen, it is going to be quite a pleasant day today, probably getting up to about the mid-30s, which isn't too hot for some of these areas. Can get far warmer. So lovely to start off with two zebra as well, joining these guinea fowl. Clearly, as it's quite cool at the moment, just taking advantage of that cooler weather. Just nice to be able to start the morning and spend some time with some zebra to kick it off. So as always, I will try and keep a tab on how many mammals we do see throughout the day. On average, we hit around 12 to 13, so we've been doing pretty well of late. So we will hope that that remains the case. We're obviously on one right now, so good for us to start off like that. Indeed, Jenny, what a surprise. But fantastic that we do have them with us. We do see them scooting around quite a bit throughout the day as well. They're pretty nimble on those claws or feet of theirs. It's actually quite an interesting way of measuring their tracks to tell if it actually is a guinea fowl or not, and you use your middle finger, because your middle finger is actually the same size as their middle claw. So it's quite funny actually when you do see guys actually trying to track an ID if it is a guinea fowl or not, because they're effectively pointing zaps at the sand. That's probably a conversation for another day anyway, so just an interesting point to note. Hi Jana, so obviously there are some birds of prey that do take antelope, crowned eagles, martial eagles, Varoo eagles as well. So I suppose you could call that a sign of aggression. And actually quite interestingly enough, as you just see those guinea fowl chasing each other around there, kind of like little road runners, bush road runners. We did actually have a quarry busted the other day here that was pretty unhappy with some impala that came down to drink, and it did kind of puff itself up. So I'm sure it does depend on the situation. Also lapwings and that do dive bomb certain animals as well as drongos, also known to dive bomb leopards. So are a number of things, and obviously it'll really come down to the situation at the time. Egyptian geese also aren't that tolerable of certain things at times as well. They can be quite aggressive too, so it really does depend on the area, sometimes the pressure, being cornered. So there are a number of factors that we will look at, obviously, or observe how birds behave around other animals. So we have started the day, obviously, with the zebra and these little zooming bush chickens and a little spot of birding. But Ralph might be doing some birding in Kariega, so let's go and check in with him.
Hello and welcome to Escape to Nature. I'm coming to you from the Kariega Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa. My name is Ralph Kirsten, and well, yes, there are quite a few birds that are aggressive towards animals, and here next to this particular waterhole here at the Scotia Dam, it is particularly so with the blacksmith lapwings that have been dive bombing any animal, including birds and giraffe and any other mammals that come near to their nest. Previously, now they've got a little chick, so they do tend to move around a little bit more now, but previously, about a week ago, when these giraffe even came here, the blacksmith lapwing would be hard at work trying to get rid of them. But no such case now. They all are walking in a real journey or tower of giraffe moving into the area. There's probably about 20 or so of them. They try to have a little drink at the mud wallow where the rhino and the warthogs have been wallowing, but it seemed like they definitely didn't like the taste. And I'm pretty sure it's because of all that wallowing that's been going on. So they're moving more to the Scotia Dam. Now, this giraffe is looking like it might be chewing on some kind of bone. Is it? Or something else? What is that? Ah, it's that old impala carcass that the sacred ibis have been chewing on. I think there was even some meat on that. I've never seen that. They normally just chew on bones, but there is a little bit of carrion left on that carcass. Looks like it may go down for some more or not. So I would be very scared if giraffe had to start becoming carnivores and hunting, because with a pack like this, I think they would be very dangerous. Thank goodness they are as timid as they are, and they choose to be on a herbivorous diet, although some of them have the potential to change. Let's see. This one is having a look at that carcass. I do term that osteophagia, the eating of bones, but it's all because of the calcium requirement. It's like having a supplement. It's been a reasonable giraffe morning for me. We had 2 males necking earlier. Put on a lovely show. And then walked off together as friends. So there we got another big piece now. That one's got another one there. It's like eating a piece of biltong. Trouble is, when they drop it, I do need to go back down to pick it up. Easier said than done. Let's just see if any of the others are still. So, the meat-eating giraffe. Look at that. One on the left and one on the right. Just want to go in on one.
Listen up, explorers. We have a brand new prize. This time you can recline riverside at the breathtaking Settlers Drift Lodge at Kariga Game Reserve. Take a breather from your busy life. Why not treat yourself at the spa or wander into nature on a guided bushwalk, twice daily safari drives, or even a boat river cruise? Open to all levels of explorers. Sign up before the 28th of October and it could be you jetting off to this luxurious lodge.
So these two, the last remaining now, everybody seems to be moving off, but they're quite interested in this bones and the carcass of that eland. I don't know how the eland, sorry, not the eland, impala. I don't know how the impala died, but since I've been here, I've seen the sacred ibis feeding on it. Claire, yeah, it's very interesting, and you find it with all the animals that do have a high calcium requirement, particularly giraffe amongst the herbivores. We do often see it with tortoises as well. As you can see, it's got that taste of the carrion, which cannot be very nice right now because it's reasonably rotten. It's very old carcass, that. But these two seem to have a real liking for, could we say, biltong, jerky, that one doesn't have a piece, but this one has now. Again, just you see that always that funny facial expression they do. That one looked like it actually ate a piece of meat. if you're going to ruminate that. Well, if evolution continues with these two, like I say, I think we're in trouble. Tina, that's good question. That's one animal that I've never really seen go into the water. Giraffe are quite anxious, nervous, almost scaredy cats. And I've only seen them go onto the edge of water, never seen them go in the water. I've seen them run through the water just on the edge when lions have approached, per se, in different locations, or when there have been predators, but not just walking into the water. I mean, I'm pretty sure Alex will also confirm at all the water holes, Mashatu, Djuma, Okukuyu, if he's seen any giraffe that have actually walked into the water, because you often see, like at Okukuyu, where there's no crocodiles, it gets filled up with the animals, the elephants, the oryx, or the gemsbok, the zebras, even the springbok. They walk right into the middle of the water. And I think it might be because around the edges is where everybody tramples, and then it becomes rather muddy. So like these giraffe, they went for a drink at the Wallow, which was probably quite sandy, muddy tasting, and then they've gone on to this more fresher water here at the Scotia Dam. Likewise at Okukuyu, they walk right into the middle to get that better, fresher tasting water. But never have I seen giraffe going into the middle of Okukuyu. Now, are these two going to share on that piece of bone? Let's see if I can get these two framed up a bit better. This is a lovely little interaction. Two giraffe sharing on a piece of meat. That's a first for me. Sharing is indeed caring. Mel, who is director now, says sharing's caring. Well, look at that. You see the raising of the lip. That, for me, is definitely working the phlegm and grimace, the vomeronasal organ. I'm not quite sure what they're quite trying to work out. Maybe their brain is getting a bit confused because of them feeding on meat. Trying to, anyway. It's bones. I think that they're after the bones, but it's still got quite a bit of flesh on it. So maybe that taste is confusing their Jacobson's organ, and their mind is doing backflips. You see, that's the beauty of it. You can sit out in the bush for years and years, and then suddenly one day, well, it's almost every day, you see something new that you have never seen before. I've never seen giraffe sharing bones and or eating meat. I definitely think some of the meat has come off, and that's why they're carrying on chewing after the bones have dropped. Let's hope that they don't get any ideas and or start to like the taste of meat. Imagine carnivorous giraffe. Scary thought. Could it be the next apex predator? So, wonderful little sighting this. I'm going to sit here and see how much meat these giraffe actually consume. Meanwhile, I think let's head you on over to Mashatu and see maybe there's some giraffe down there.
Thanks, Rolf, and really fascinating watching Ostrophagia in practice. Not uncommon with giraffe. I've seen it a few times, but it's generally in areas where they do lack calcium, and probably more in drier areas. So up in northern Kruger, in Madikwe as well, I've also seen Impala doing that. But quite fascinating, and also, yes, I've never really actually seen giraffe walk into a dam per se, but I have seen them crossing rivers. And I do think your observation around giraffe and all the other animals going for the clearer water or the cleaner water that hasn't been disturbed, definitely the case, because who wouldn't want to have nice fresh water as opposed to muddy, silty water? But definitely something interesting. We did just have that Corey Bustard walk through, but just under there in the shade, and the camera is a bit shaky, I'll try and zoom in, is a hyena, and there were two, and they were wallowing. They do love water. They were just sitting in the water. It's really not uncommon for them when it is hot and warm, and in the dry seasons, for them to sit in water or even lie in mud. They do love it. There's also quite an interesting thing that hyena do as well, is that they also stash their carcasses sometimes underwater, and that's obviously to try and mask the smell. And what they'll do is they'll leave that carcass underwater. Generally, they try and find dams or areas where there aren't any crocodiles, and they will leave that carcass there and then come back to it and pull it out. And interestingly enough, I actually saw some footage the other day, and it was in the Sabi Sands, where hyena had actually stashed an old lion carcass in the water, and it was a sub-male lion, and they pulled that carcass out to then consume it again after a number of days. So very interesting behavior, and not something that's documented all the time, but it is something that hyenas do. And they also do love water. So I do think both of them are there under the shade, and I'll try and zoom in just so we can get a look, but they might go back and wallow again, so we'll be able to witness and observe that behavior as well at some point, hopefully. I'm going to try and zoom in just so everyone can see, and if it is a bit shaky, we'll come back out again. Just to give you an idea as to where they are, and you might just be able to make it out. Obviously being quite wet now and having lied in the water and under the shade, it might be a bit tough to look at, but it's just raised its head, and we are going to zoom in. It's kind of sitting up at the moment, so there you go. There is, I think both of them are actually there, kind of scanning around. And I do think they're two females. They do look quite big. The females are bigger than the males, and they are obviously the matriarchs and more dominant, and they are the ones that run and control the clans. There's obviously a main matriarch, and she kind of has her lieutenants underneath her. It is quite windy, so we will zoom out a little bit again. It's not that nice looking at a shaky frame, but there is the hyena so that you can see it. Hopefully it will come back out and wallow. But really, really cool to see that so far today, as well as the practice of Ostrophagia. And obviously the Quelea. Something has piqued its interest. You can just make out its head lifting up, ears on this as well, and back down to rest. That might keep some of the other herbivores from coming down. But who knows? The Corey Bustard wasn't too phased when it walked past just now. And if they are resting like that, some of the animals will probably just drink on the other sides of the dams as well. So we'll just zoom out, and we'll keep a tab on where they do go. So quite like to wallow and sit in the water just on the right of us. But maybe they'll get into that deep wallow that has now started to form because of the ellies and the warthog. So we'll keep an eye on all of it. Just make sure we know what's going on. But you can still kind of make out where that one hyena is lying. I do think the other is just behind it there in the shade as well. So let's see them both walk off there. So just make sure that you do keep tabs. To make sure we don't miss anyone that's around. That hyena is still chilling there. Maybe a long night, maybe some hunting, maybe some scavenging, who knows. Can't be too sure. We'll just pan around and just make sure we haven't missed anyone. I do think these are the same hyena that were around the other day, so really just nice to have them back. You can see the Cory Bustard there, just where that wallow is. And I do think at some point someone will break through and just allow some more water to get into that wallow. It's got quite deep, definitely growing by the day. Doesn't look like anyone is around here on these sides. So we'll just go back and we'll just sit with that hyena for a minute. I do think it will rest. There's some quelea here. Good to just keep tabs and see if anything does approach and what their reactions to the hyena sleeping right there will be. I do think if some ellies come through, we might have them trumpeting and making a bit of a ruckus because of that. But that remains to be seen. Quite a windy day so far. So we are just going to sit here and just wait and see what does transpire with regards to the hyena being around. We do have that Cory Bustard right there on the left hand side. So we do have predators around. We don't get to see them every day. We have had the jackal around, but we haven't seen too many predators around. So good just to have them and something different for us to view. Although they are sleeping and resting, just a good time. And nice just to appreciate the other sounds of the bush as well here in Mshatu. So I'm going to keep some tabs on what goes on with this resting hyena at the moment. But we are going to go and say good morning to Andrew in Amakhala.
Good morning everybody. Welcome again to Amakhala Game Reserve. We are in Leeuwenbush Flats at the moment, and we've uncovered quite a nice group of black wildebeest here. And with binoculars, the majority of these are actually bulls. almost like quite a big bachelor group. Just going to double confirm this. I'm just going to pull out the binoculars again. Oh yes, my name is Andrew. I have my good friend Morgan with me on board and on camera, and we are ready to have a good time with you throughout the most part of the day today. So let's see what animals we can find. Just going to double confirm here with binoculars. There are a few females in this group. Yeah, they are quite an impressive looking antelope. They're very large, very pronounced animals. I think I'm using the term correctly, very pronounced. It's actually interesting that Alex has got a hyena down there. I presume it's Mashatu. So I only ever saw one hyena when I was operating the dam cams at Mashatu. It's interesting. So actually black wildebeest can actually be quite dangerous antelopes. Of course all animals can be potentially dangerous, but black wildebeest, they have been known to attack people, but more so the blue wildebeest. Blue wildebeest out of all the antelopes has been known to have the highest level of testosterone, and they have actually attacked other animals before. I've never seen that, I've never seen videos of it, but I have read it in books and so on. Beginning to run there a little bit. So especially with the bulls, they often run around almost like they're running around aimlessly, and they throw their bodies to the sides and then throw their body to the other side, and it can look comical, but they are doing that for a reason. They are showing extremely good condition, so showing off the good condition, but then also with the bulls, the testosterone is going to be pushed out the skin, and as they jerk their body around, it does send the testosterone into the air a little bit. So other bulls, they are going to smell that and decipher extremely dominant individuals. Tina, good morning. Thank you very much for your question. So yes, most definitely. And I often say that, you know, when it comes to nature, nothing for no reason. So when you're looking at an animal, you're looking at things in nature, and you're wondering, what on earth could that be? There is always a reason. But now with wildebeest, to have a black body and a white tail, there's a direct contrast. And so often when wildebeest are running as a unit, they flick their tails around, and that becomes a following mechanism, like a flag, follow me flag. In fact, all animals have got this. If you look at lions, they've got the black tips on their ears and the black ball at the end of their tail. Leopards, cheetah, they've got that white undertip of their tail. Waterbuck have got the circle on the bum. Red hartebeest, they've got a white bum. Warthogs will raise up their tail when running for the same function. My favorite following mechanism out of all the animals is going to be giraffe. And they have a beautiful pearl white ears from behind, which giraffes are going to see from a far, far distance away. I've always enjoyed coming down to Liebenbosch Flats. It's quite a productive area, and just for interest's sake, the Liebenbosch Flats is situated between Liebenbosch Lodge and Hlosi Lodge, in between basically, and groups of buffalo like to come out here. We often find giraffe out here, and then smaller things like jackal, spring hare, scrub hare, porcupine, occasionally aardvark, and I do remember I had such a lovely sighting of bush pig, which some people think bush pig and warthog are the same animal. They are totally different animals. A bush pig being much more nocturnal than warthogs that are diurnal. It's very common sighting to see zebras and wildebeest together, and they often will walk with one another and feed with one another. And it's a term that we use. It's called grazing facilitation, where one of the species enjoys, the more longer grasses, whereas the other species enjoys the more shorter grasses. And so definitely complementing each other in grazing. One will snip the long grass short for the other species. like the cloud cover is starting to dissipate. We did have a little bit of drops of rain earlier on this morning. It's cool at the moment, but I do believe we are going to be around 35 degrees Celsius today. So I think most of the wildlife, they are expecting a hot day, and so they will alter their feeding times. They'll definitely feed more in the night and morning, and then by the time that hot day does arrive, midday-ish, they can seek shelter and shade. Hello Cindy, when it comes to the black wildebeest, the adult individuals, their predator is going to be definitely the big predators, so lions. Lions will utilize full grown individuals like this, and they do. We have often found, while we've been scouting throughout the game reserve, we have found a lot of skulls, different species of animals, but the one that is, a fairly common skull to find on the ground is the wildebeest. So the black wildebeest. So we do know that lions do really enjoy them, and but when the calves are born and growing up, within that first year, they are vulnerable to everything, all of the above predators, except for things like serval and so on. But most definitely, jackals will go for calves. Cape leopard, they are out here. They will definitely take a calf, no problem. Now, we don't have spotted hyenas on Amakhala. There's the brown hyena, which is a much smaller species of hyena, a lot more solitary and very secretive animal. They predominantly are scavengers, but they will catch things for themselves. Most definitely they will go for calves. So I'm just scanning the great distances here. I'm just seeing if there's any other species of wildlife. What's beautiful about Amakhala is, yes, it's made up of a big Albany thicket, which is a very dense vegetation. Can be very difficult to spot things in there. But by saying this, there's also some vastly open areas in Amakhala. And if you just sit tight and you scan with binoculars, you can sometimes get lucky. I'm surprised that we haven't seen jackal this side this morning, because Liebenbosch is pretty good area for jackal. And I remember this time last year, there was a active den site on the Liebenbosch Flats area. Now they do return to den sites, so I'm presuming they're going to den there again. we are in the denning season now for jackal. It'd be lovely if we can get you involved in seeing some jackal pups. And I know Eric from Hlosi Lodge, he did inform us that he has seen jackal pups. And we'll definitely find out exactly where that is. I'll definitely try and get you involved in that. Nikki, good morning. Thank you for joining us. Yes, there are some differences in behavior. We find that black wildebeest are very pronounced. When I say pronounced, I mean, you know, they do run around a lot, and it's almost like they're about to run in a big circle. They do this plenty of times. We don't see this too much with the black wildebeest, the blue wildebeest, although they do it from time to time. And then black wildebeest, I've noticed, they do sort of what we call pronking behavior, and this is also a strategy to advertise their excellent condition, so that in the event that there are predators in the hills or whatever, busy watching them, or they pick up a scent of predators, they start to do this behavior where they show off, and they are showing the predator that yes, we are strong, best you move on and go look for something more weaker. Well, blue wildebeest also do this, but not nearly as much as the black wildebeest. But at one point in time, black wildebeest were solidly heading towards the critically endangered category. And this was a good number of years ago, and so conservation has managed to bring numbers up and help them out a little bit, and their numbers are definitely increasing. There's no shortage of them, but at one point they were very low in numbers. Now, with a few species of antelopes out here, like blesbuck, black and blue wildebeest, you find that there is a parasite or an animal out in the nature called a botfly. Now, botfly will actually go into the nasal cavity of the wildebeest and blesbuck and lay eggs within the nasal cavity. And once those eggs hatch in the form of larvae, they will feed on the mucus within the nasal cavity, and they do move around. Can you imagine anything like that? I mean, that would drive me absolutely crazy. And so wildebeest are often blowing air out the nose, and it sounds like they're sneezing, and just and what they're doing is trying to blow those larvae out of the nose, and they get it right. Eventually, you know, larvae is going to shoot out their nose and hit the ground, and then it continues its life cycle. It then will metamorphosize and then become a botfly. So for it to survive, it needs to go into the nasal cavity of the wildebeest, and it needs to be blown out for it to become a botfly again. And I know if you ever go up to Zimbabwe, in certain parts of Zimbabwe, it is advisable that after you do your washing, that you iron your clothes afterwards, because there could very well be botfly larvae within your clothes that have been laid, or eggs rather, and that can tunnel under your, once they hatch, they've been known to tunnel under people's skin, and it can be quite a mission to get rid of them. You see the warthogs up there, Morgan, just at the top there. And every now and then, if you're very, very lucky on this Leeuwenbush Flats area or Plains area, the blue cranes sometimes make an appearance. And then every now and then, ground hornbills, believe it or not. They were seen for the first time in many, many years, actually at Flossy Lodge. And every now and then they do make an appearance out here. Sadly, I've never seen ground hornbill on the game reserve. When those ground hornbills were initially sighted a few months ago, I was on a tracking evaluation. So I was with a gentleman named Adrian Lowe, and he was assessing us for following tracks, and we were trying to achieve qualifications out of that. And so we couldn't respond to the sighting because we had a task at hand to complete. And by the time we had finished our following evaluation, they were gone. Okay, this was actually quite a nice viewing of the black wildebeest. I think in the meantime, let's head off to Mashatu with Alex.
Thanks, Andrew. Always great to watch those black wildebeest, but this hyena has come out from under the thicket there. You can see it quite clearly now in the water, so great just to get visual. As I was saying earlier, they do love water, and it's not uncommon to see them sitting like this in dams or in little water holes or mud wallows. They do use this to cool off. They do sometimes use it also to stash carcasses, kind of mask the smell. And what they will do is leave those carcasses underwater then and come back or return to it when they need. Obviously not for the longest period of time because that will rot, although hyena can take quite rancid meat. They do have very strong digestive systems, so it is a practice of theirs. Just interesting to note. And here comes the second one. And I do think these are two girls. They are quite big in body, and the girls are much bigger than the males. Really cool to watch. As I was saying, it'll be interesting to see how the other animals react to them just lying here. They've kind of almost found a bank almost. Looks like there's a little divot there. They're just lying in that. It's quite cool for them. Clearly just enjoying a break. So these are the spotted hyena. And there are 4 species of hyena. And in southern Africa we get these, the spotted, the brown, which is a bit smaller, and the aardwolf, which isn't actually a carnivore, they only eat termites. And then up in East Africa and into Asia we get the striped hyena. So those are the 4 of the Hyenidae family, and these guys really have such a cool scientific name, being Krakouta krakouta, one of my favorite. Really cool to be able to spend some time with them. So we do have an impala here. Well, actually I think it's a steenbok, and it can make out the hyena. So this is going to be quite interesting to watch, because it's literally walking right in at them, and it is a steenbok. And that's another first for us as well here. I haven't seen a steenbok at the water, and they don't necessarily need water all the time. There we go, off. And steenbok are quite territorial as well, so they do kind of maintain their own little territories. And they are monogamous too. So they do mate for life. And they do also mark and keep a little territory. They do obviously have home ranges, but they are quite territorial within those home ranges in their territories. The hyenas seem to have cooled themselves off. And they're walking back to that area, so we're just going to watch how the steenbok behaves with them being around.
The Explorers program brings nature lovers together and helps share authentic wildlife experiences with the world. Explorers receive so many great benefits, including a chance to watch completely ad-free, luxury travel prizes, access to behind-the-scenes content, and don't forget the weekly newsletter filled with inside information. Explorer subscriptions are available in monthly, 6-monthly, and yearly. More on our website.
So quite clearly this giraffe isn't too worried that the hyena are just off to the right. Interestingly enough, it does have quite a droopy bottom lip or jaw. I'm not too sure what that might be caused by, but just interesting to note. And obviously our Corey Bustard just off to the back there. So we'll watch this giraffe for a second. Make sure the hyenas haven't left us. If I do remember correctly, the giraffe in the area were actually reintroduced back a number of years ago. They have actually grown into quite a healthy population here as well over the years. So really cool to see them coming back, because there is almost a silent extinction going on with giraffe. It's not really noted or known too much about, but their numbers have been decreasing quite rapidly over a number of years. So it's good to know that previous strongholds and other areas are being repopulated with them, and they are growing in population. So that being that their birth rate is above their death rate. And that goes with all species. As soon as the death rate increases above the birth rate, then we do have problems, and the species are obviously then in decline. Looks like time for this giraffe car to probably push on. Let's just see if maybe there's one or two others that might be around. Definitely, Carol, really is fascinating watching them drink and maneuver those long, tall bodies into those awkward positions that they do drink from. She might maybe browse right here, so we'll just keep a tab on her. Looks like she's heading right off. You hear that flutter? Those are the quelea. Obviously in big numbers like that, that's what lots of little wings sound like. Let's just see how far she does go. Quite a few blue waxbill around. And she's definitely on the move. So let's just see if we can't find our hyena and see what they're up to. Then they were last year, they did hang around for quite some time, so it'd be interesting just to gauge how long they are prepared to hang around. See our Corey Bustard still, so I just do want to just keep tabs on where the hyena are. Can't see one of their bodies there. I also don't want to miss out on anything else that might be going on around the dam either. Otherwise we will just go and sit with that hyena and just watch and see what they get up to. Morning, Gail. I don't think they would go after a big giraffe like that. Not with just two, but they'll definitely go after the giraffe calves. Because in the first year of a giraffe being born, that is when they're most vulnerable. A giraffe calf almost doubles in size within its first year as well. So within that first year, that is when they are most vulnerable to just about every predator. And within the first 10 days of their life, that is most susceptible that they would be to any predators. But I don't think two hyenas like this would worry that giraffe right now. If it was maybe injured, then that might be a different story, and if there were higher numbers. So generally we note if we are walking in the bush and we do come across hyena on foot, generally 3 hyenas or more constitutes as a dangerous encounter. Anything less than 3 is kind of, you are okay. And that is also because they have that like pack mentality, and they do gang up and they do mob and they create absolute havoc when they are in numbers like that, higher than 3. And you can actually see their confidence grow when they are present in at least 3 or more hyena. They are very bold. They'll just kind of sit down and watch, or they start to create havoc. And that confusion that they sow, that often leads them to their opportunities for hunting. So they are very successful hunters, and they do have quite a lot of endurance and stamina as well. So they do chase down their prey or their quarry, much like wild dogs do, but they are a bit slower than wild dogs as well. They do have very good endurance. And they can also pick up on estrogen and testosterone, so they're a lot more bolder around females than they are males, and a lot more intimidating then as well. So they do pick up on those pheromones, much like vervet monkeys do as well. So they are known to be a bit more bolder, a bit more brash, probably even a bit more fearsome then. And these hyena, at least the spotted, and those girls can get up to about 90 kg. So very, very big predators. Definitely not something you want to toy with. I think I can see a terrapin there on the rock as well. So it's quite an interesting morning so far. It does definitely look like a terrapin. It does seem these hyena are pretty content with hanging right there. We will keep tabs on their movements, so we do view them, and there's a warthog just walking off there. Clearly are also aware of it. I don't think too bothered. But while these hyena rest up, it's time for us to go and look and see what is happening in Okakuyo, where it's got quite busy. So we've got quite a plethora of grazers, antelope around us at the moment. So the zebra, very big herd of black-faced impala, and the wildebeest just to the back there. So really and some kudu. So really a very productive morning so far. So while we do have impalas in this number, I'm going to just zoom in on them, because I do think we'll get a lot more zebra through later, and it's not often we see impala at this number around the waterhole. We really are off to quite a firecracker start. We're already on about 8 different mammal species at the dams. Long may that continue. You can quite clearly make out the black faces on these impala here, so it's cool to note. There's Nice way to just ID and see something different as well. These impala seem to be very good, Nick. We did notice one or two of them the other day. Maybe looking like they have a bit of mange. And that also just being the time of the year, being the end of the dry season. Sometimes their conditions do dip, so it's not uncommon to see. Really just cool to spend some time with these impala as they do move off. I will zoom out again and we'll focus on some of the other animals that are around here. It does sound like we have one of the hornbills calling in the background. And we have our first springbok, so it takes us to 9 mammals so far. Does look to be like a ram. I'm just going to zoom out, make sure we don't miss anyone. We'll just come have a look at our zebra. It's always fun watching the zebra here. And you can make out quite clearly also what Rolf was talking about as well, how the zebra and most of the antelope actually move in a little bit from the shoreline, and that's just because the water is a bit fresher and clearer here where they are standing, and not as silty or maybe drummed up from everyone else coming through. So just something interesting to note. So really awesome just to watch these processions of different animals coming through. We've got some oryx, so now we've hit 10. We really are making some good progress today. We're just going to sit here and just watch everyone approach, kind of mill about and go about their drinking routine this morning. Yes, we do, and we actually have 2 in frame currently. We've got the springbok and the gemsbok, where both males and females have horns. So on the springbok, at least, the female's horns are a lot thinner in diameter. And also on the gemsbok as well. Although they are quite formidable, but also eland, also both males and females also have horns. Hartebeest, Tesabe, Topi up north as well. Sable, roan. So those are the ones off the top of my head I can think of that all have, but definitely do get antelope that both males and females have horns. As we have all these different animals around us, please do remember that this is a live, immersive and interactive experience. Please do send through any questions, comments, observations, debates, points of interest, anything that you'd like to chat to us about. We do love engaging with you and we love answering your questions as well. So please do send those through. I do just want to zoom in on the bird over there because I do think it's a bird of prey, and we have it a tawny eagle around a couple of days. So let's just see what has come in. Oh no, just a pied crow. We do see lots of them around. So we'll zoom out just so we do get to see who else is coming in, and then we'll just sit and watch and observe as everyone decides what they're doing and when to come down to the water. It's really quite cool just seeing those oryx in the background and those horns. They really are impressive. I'm going to still continue to come out because I don't want to miss anyone else that comes through. It does look like the zebra are coming down. But I do not want to miss anyone else that might be on the other sides or on the peripheries that we can't see currently. You can see the little dab chicks as well. The grebes. Hi Yvonne. And I think if any animal was to attack or maybe stomp on a bird, it would probably be the zebra. But that would probably be quite a rare thing. But not to say that it won't happen or won't occur. But I would think that the zebra would probably be more inclined to do something like that. So it does kind of seem that everyone's kind of holding off and coming through in drips and drabs. But there is some very cool action going on in Mshatu. So we're going to head off back to Mshatu and see what's going on. Sure. It really is going on here. We do have warthog, the banded mongoose, hyena, and the elephant. So we are cruising along today. And I do just want to stay in here because the hyena are just off in the shade, and it's going to be interesting to see how these elephant behave with them. I hope you did also make out those banded mongoose that also ran through on the right hand side. Just there we go. There's one. Might still be a few others. It'll be interesting to see if these ellies shoo off those hyena. You can just see that one there has definitely noted them. So we're definitely just going to sit here for a second and just watch and see what transpires.
Wild Earth is excited to announce the launch of our massively updated app. There are so many brand new features that we have to share with you. Tune into our live channel, and if you are an explorer, you can now watch completely ad-free on the app. There are also many other channels, including behind the scenes. You can find the app on app stores worldwide.
So we are just waiting and observing what might go on with the hyena and the elephant drinking here. So again, we're just going to sit and immerse ourselves in this experience and see what might transpire. But the Ellies are definitely not worried about the hyena, and the same is obviously also the case. The hyena are not too worried about the Ellies being around, but that could change quite quickly. That is why we're just going to sit and wait and watch and see. Hi Luke. So one that would be prevalent, or it will come up every now and then, is anthrax. Anthrax spreads through just forgetting my wording there. It spreads through spores, and that is definitely something that would be around here. It does occur. Might also be rabies every now and then, but anthrax would be probably the one that would affect elephants. So that is also why it's crucial we maintain the cleaners of the bush, that they are not affected by things like poisoning and the rest. And that would be vultures, obviously hyenas, jackals, anything else that aids the cleaning up of those carcasses, because without them we can notice certain increases of those spores or outbreaks of those things in the areas. And it's very crucial that we maintain numbers of vultures and that they are protected adequately. And obviously vultures travel vast distances and across countries, so it's not up to just one country or one area of conservation to protect them. It's up to everyone on the continent to make sure that there is adequate awareness and protection of those species, and that stupid things like poisoning of carcasses or water sources don't happen, because it is vital for the ecosystem that we have these cleaner-uppers, if you want to call them that, because they help to break down anything that might be dangerous or of concern as well. But yes, anthrax would probably be the main cause of concern for these ellies in these areas. It's also why when we are walking, or if you are in the bush, unless you know of what killed an animal, you never touch the carcass or skeleton or bones in the bush, because there could very well be anthrax spores there, and you will not be a very happy person if you contract anthrax or any of the other things. Much the same as why we also don't touch any feline feces, any other carnivore species really, to avoid anything that might be parasitic. So there are some worms in that as well, that we avoid those things, so we don't touch them. Maybe use a stick or something, but you don't touch that with your hands, because you could develop some really problematic issues from that. So quite fascinating that these ellies really haven't lost their temper or anything with those hyenas just yet. And those hyenas also quite content in just hanging in the shade there. So Awesome just to see how this interaction is really panning out. So we are going to stick here for a while. Make sure we don't miss any of the action that could happen. So just going back on our conversation with regards to what bacteria or things might harm ellies in the area, there was an area in Botswana, and the bacteria was actually called Cyanobacteria. It was further north, it was up on the Chobe Savuti area, or near the Okavango as well, where the ellies were dying. And this was due to that bacteria, not anthrax, as I noted here. And that bacteria was actually found up in Botswana. So still in Botswana, like Mashatu. Obviously, we are in Ukukuyo, but that is in Namibia, in Etosha. So that other bacteria was found far north from here, up towards Savuti Chobe area, across towards Okavango, along that whole line there. So that being the major ellie corridor of the world, it was kind of just found around there. That is where large numbers of ellies were dying due to that bacteria that was found in the water. So it does look like we have a couple of tired ellies as well. Some just enjoying that little mud wallow there, some just quite content to just have a drink, and others just taking it easy. It's always cool to be able to spend some time with the ellies. And even better, I suppose, knowing that those hyena are just off under the shade there. And we are waiting to see if something does transpire. So we really are off to a flyer today. We're already on 12 different mammal species across 2 different waterholes. Actually even 13. And if we include the black wildebeest, then 14, but just on the dams 13 species. So that is really, really cool. And again, we still are waiting to see if there is any interaction between the hyena and the elephant. So the hyena are just off in the shade. They aren't really too interested in moving at the moment. There are some other ellies coming through, so they might be a bit more temperamental. We will just wait and see what goes on. It doesn't seem like these new ellies here have seen the hyena just yet. Can just make out its head popping in and out, but this one in the back there might throw a tantrum. It seems everyone is more thirsty than worried about hyena at the moment. Hi, Daniel. So they will establish the fact that, they'll have a preference to one or the other side. And due to that preference, that is where they will start to use that side throughout the rest of their life. And that is where the one tusk will become a bit more worn down sometimes. Sometimes they even break, depending on the area. You will notice that one side might be more worn, and when they are feeding, they'll favor one side over the other. But just coming back to that other question, just because I couldn't make it out correctly, but I did think it was around, I did hear it being around thickness of skins and difference between rhinos and elephant skins. And these African savanna elephant are quite more wrinklier than rhinos, and rhinos also have a fold as well. So they do have like a kind of a fold on different areas, so like around their shoulders and their hips. But they do look a lot more armored than the elephant would. And the difference being that an elephant's skin can be between about 2 centimeters to around 4 centimeters thick in spaces on those big creases, and rhinos being around 4.5 centimeters thick. That black and white rhino. But they do look a little bit more smoother and more plated, a little bit more armored. I can guarantee you both are very thick. I have felt both of their skins. Been very fortunate to have done that. But maybe also a difference, I suppose, between the African savanna elephant and their Asiatic cousins is that the Asian elephant has a far smoother skin, and you'll even note that. You can see the difference. You can even make out here the wrinkles on these savanna elephant skins as well. But yeah, there really is an appearance and the fact that an elephant's skin within the creases can change in its thickness as well, which kind of makes sense because obviously at the bottom of that crease, it would be where it would probably be thinnest, and obviously at the ridge of those creases where it would be thickest at about 4 centimeters odd. So it's very thick skin indeed, and the rhino being more uniform in its thickness, maybe on the overhangs and that being a little bit thicker too, but on average around 4.5 centimeters on a rhino. So I hope that answers both questions. You can just see a bit of interaction going on there between the two of those ellies. They still seem to be quite unperturbed by those hyena in the bush. I'm hoping to see that kind of a moat kind of gets made into that deeper mud wallow that has been forming over the last few weeks, so that more water gets into there and there's a little bit more access to mud, but that will also increase the size of that wallow as well in time. So it's something that I've been watching in the last few days as well. But it's nice just to spend some time with ellies, knowing that those hyena are just off there, just in the shade on the right hand side. So again, we're just going to hang with these guys and just watch and see if any interaction does happen or occur between any of them.
The updated Wild Earth app is here, as well as 12 hours of fresh live content a day for free. You can watch repeats and highlights of shows you have missed, and if you have subscribed to be an explorer, exclusive access to the behind the scenes channel, access to rehearsals for new locations, a chance to give us feedback, and explorers also watch totally ad-free. Download the app today.
we're just going to sit here and focus on the hyena for now and see who comes through. There might be something interesting that does happen, although it seems to be quieting down a little bit, but it has been an action-packed morning so far. Maybe it's a good opportunity just to listen to any of the other birds that are around. We have had that lilac-breasted roller. You can make out because it is coming towards their breeding season, or it is. We've heard them quite a bit, so we'll just have a listen and see who else might be around. high barefoot. And a lot of the time that is ingrained behavior, because obviously that knowledge is transferred throughout the different animals. Ellies also have a very keen sense of smell, and they use that sense of smell to also find water when it is drought as well. So they're known to go into dry riverbeds and dig up and dig for groundwater that then filters through, and because of that, then that allows other animals to also come through and drink that water. So Ellies are very much the trailblazers when it comes to finding water when it is very scarce, but otherwise a lot of it is ingrained and transferred knowledge and behavior. And obviously some animals are better adapted to arid areas, and they can actually take a lot of their moisture off of what they eat, the vegetation that they take on, so that will also help with regards to supplementing that water need. But generally elephant would be the first trailblazers and the pioneers really of water sources for those animals, and again, as I said, transferred knowledge over generations as well. This Ellie cow looks rather pregnant as well. You can see by the size of her stomach just from her walking off. And again, we're still waiting to see what might happen with regard to this hyena being in the bush or just in the shade over there. Something might occur right now, but she does look to be very heavily pregnant. And we'll see if they pick up on any of the smell of those hyena, because the wind kind of is blowing right in their direction, so they will know about it. It's a very interesting question, Nina, and I've been fortunate to experience elephant in a number of ways. A good friend of mine happens to run the Zimbabwe Elephant Nursery, and I've spent a lot of time with orphaned elephants as well. So interacting with them on a personal level like that, but also in the wilderness. So when we were training here, and it does look like those hyena are getting up, so just going to watch and follow them. They might go back to that water and sit there, and I will continue with what I'm saying now. So interacting with orphaned elephants that are then being rewilded, that is very cool. And this was quite a cool interaction as well, this hyena and the wildebeest. So I've thoroughly enjoyed that. I loved walking elephants, so I do love walking with elephants. Walking into them on foot too. There's always an interesting encounter with them as well, and on foot. And it also does make you appreciate how small we are as human beings. This is really quite interesting here. And I suppose, yeah, I've been charged by elephant. I've witnessed them mourning young. So I suppose, yeah, I've been very fortunate in my life that I've had a number of different encounters with Ellies and experience with them. And I do really enjoy them as animals as well. I find them very sentient, very caring, very intelligent as well. This is quite fascinating, watching two hyenas come and wallow, lie in the water, and a prey species of theirs literally being very nonchalant. This one also looks quite pregnant, but being very nonchalant and just coming down and drinking. So something quite cool to watch this morning. We will just sit and see how long this takes. I do think the hyenas will go back into the shade because it is quite hot. So they'll cool down and go back into the shade, but I'm just going to sit and again watch the interaction because it's not every day you get to see this. You'll notice that, yeah, these hyenas will be a little bit skittish around that bull because wildebeest are known to be a bit territorial and a bit wayward at times, and I don't think locking horns with something while you are resting in water is something that those hyenas want to do. And we have the mongoose coming through as well. So I'm going to come back so we can just watch that because the hyenas are going back to the shade. I don't know why it zoomed in like that. Didn't press anything for that, but we'll come back and just see that. But the hyena are definitely under the shade there. And I do just want to come and view impala, but also those mongoose. So quite fascinating that Impala and the rest are quite happy to come and drink while those hyenas are around. Great to see these mongoose come back as well. So once these guys are probably finished drinking, we'll try and find where those hyena did mission off to into the bush there, but I do think they'll be back and around because it is quite a hot day. And coming and staying around the water will probably be exactly what they feel like doing, but great to see the mongoose here. I'm hoping that there are a few more of those mongoose that do come through and have a drink, because you did see quite a big troop of them, and you can see that the impala are a bit wary, so they can obviously smell and sense those hyenas and know where they are. So good just to see what's going on and how they behave in a situation like this. So those mongoose and the impala have kind of moved off. It looks like there's a warthog coming back as well, but I'm going to try and find out where those hyenas are, because while they are around, we do want to keep track of where they mission off to and where they head to. It's definitely here under the shade, I think. So we're just going to make sure that we do keep tabs. Excuse me while I do zoom in, because I do want to make sure that I know exactly where they are. And we'll come out again just now. So there you go, you can just see the one hyena there. Good to know that this is where they are hanging, so I will zoom out because it is a bit unstable. That's just to do with the wind. We do have two very big warthog here as well, so great to just sit with them too. So again, we do know where the hyenas are. I'm just going to sit here and watch how the warthog go around, possibly wallowing and just drinking, even acknowledging that the hyena are around. Gwyneth, no, we can't, because the striped hyena is native to Eastern Africa up into and across to India, in Asia and across the Arabic Peninsula. So unfortunately we can't. We do get 3 of them though. So the brown hyena, the endemic to Southern Africa brown hyena, and the aardwolf. There are also 2 subspecies of aardwolf. There's one more in East Africa, and then obviously the one that we get here in Southern Africa too. So you would be very lucky to see all 3. I myself have seen all 3, but it's just taken me a very long time. It's very hard to find aardwolf or see them. They are very secretive as well, and they are also nocturnal. There are obviously certain areas where it is better to find and see any of those species as well. But unfortunately, no, we wouldn't see all 4. We do still have some of those mongoose coming down. I'll just pan across just to make sure we don't miss out on them as well while they are around. Just did see 1 or 2 just out the corner of my eye there. There you go, you'll see some of the mongoose coming down. Just noted that banded mongoose like these will be up to about 40 in a troop at times. Or family grouping. Quite a few, very cool to see. So as those mongai push on, and there's a few more warthog in the distance, we're going to keep an eye on those hyena. We're also going to head off to Ralph and Kariega.
Well, Tembi and her calf are trying to have a sleep, but they've got some very noisy neighbors. And these Egyptian geese have been irritating them and waking them up because there's quite a lot of feuding going on. As you can see there, lots of disputes with the Egyptian geese. Oh, that one's got a limp in the middle there. It's probably as a result of all their fighting. It's a shame. They were just woken up now by them flying at each other, as they're going to do now again, I would imagine. And they also chased off the grey heron that seemingly was trying to fish, but I don't think there's any fish in this little mud wallow. There may be some frogs. But I think there's also probably a lot of squashed frogs, because yesterday it was filled up as well with buffalo that were all wallowing in here. There wasn't enough space for all of them. They pretty much filled up the entire wallow. And the rhinos have also been in here, as the geese now continue with a very large spectator. Sun's come out now and it's got hot very quickly, so I wouldn't be surprised if Tembi now goes for a wallow as well. Wonderful mud. That's it, Tembi. Don't worry about the geese. They're going to carry on regardless. A little bit of drinking. Let's see if I can get that in frame. That will make a nice picture. So Danny, mainly lions that rhinos are intimidated by. They're not really too concerned. They also hyenas can sometimes, spotted hyenas, especially when they've got very young calves. But they do get sort of a little bit alarmed when anything comes past. So a little bit earlier there were some giraffes that walked past and it did make them get up. They've been startled by these Egyptian geese flying backwards and forwards, but they're not really intimidated by them. I think it's just a lot to do with their very short sight. So they can't see very far and they see shapes, and so that does startle them. But with regards to predators, it's mainly lions. See the geese, they've just been flying at each other again, and it did make her react. Let's see if we can get a nice photo out of this. Happy as a rhino in a wallow. And with that horn just sticking out the back as well of her calf. Sorry, I'm just trying to center that nicely so I get it all in. Make sure this focus is perfect too. She's moving her head constantly because of the geese. They are constantly flying and at each other. as you see there. I think the photo of the day is going to come out of this. The ear pointing towards the geese. I do think that is a lovely shot. One of these, I think, is going to be posted today. Just play with the focus and see where it's going to work the best. The actual focal point, if you watch now, sort of move it towards me and then away, and you can see slowly there it's focused on round about her eye, then it's going further back on her body where her eye then slowly goes out of focus, and then we're almost on the calf's horn at the back. So where is the best focal point going to be? I would think on her face. Trying to get rid of those geese. Pesky geese. And I only have a small screen here, so obviously I'll just take lots with different focal points, and then I'll go and see later on a bigger screen where the best shot is. really are being a nuisance for the rhino. But they've also got things to do, the ones in there on the right. So Taylor, newborn rhino calf. They come in between about 50 and 60 kilos, I believe. So yes, and that's coming from a between 2.5 and 3 ton animal. So although it does seem massive, obviously it is still small for the rhino themselves. And there's old limpy Egyptian goose in the background. Probably as a result of fighting, because when they do go into fight, they fly at each other and then they do kick as well. So I'm assuming with the amount of fighting they've been doing, it's limping as a result of the said fighting. I don't know why they're all arguing here on this spot. They've got the entire plain, but maybe they have something to do in this spot. I haven't seen them all converging in one spot like this. The Egyptian geese, I mean. Kind of like when I was a student studying nature conservation, we stayed in a student village, and whenever we had a day off, there was the groundsman that used to look after the gardens at the village that we stayed at, and at about 7 o'clock in the morning he used to come past with the most useless piece of equipment that I've ever come across in my life, a blower. And he would be blowing leaves around right outside my window, and I think I probably feel exactly like these rhino. I did feel like these rhino do right now. Now I know a blower can be useful, but when you're just blowing leaves around, I'm not so sure. So, a question about with the Egyptian geese. I don't really see them staying with any other animals. I have seen South African shell ducks sometimes. There's almighty fighting going on over there. That almost a mistaken identity where a South African shell duck has moved with them, but I haven't seen Egyptian geese sort of joining with other animals with safety in numbers. There's normally enough of them. We've just got the heron that got chased off by the Egyptian geese. It looks like almost like a snake when you just see its neck like that. Get a shot of that anyway. Now that's something quite interesting, because you see that what they call gular flapping, that flapping of the throat. That is when it gets very hot, they actually do that, and it helps to move the air over their throat and helps them to thermoregulate. And apparently it's a much more efficient system than panting, which is what a lot of mammals would do that don't sweat, like dogs, cats, that stick their tongue out and pant over it. That gular flapping, way more efficient, and it looks like that's exactly what this heron is doing. Vibrating the gular or the throat. And you won't see them doing that when it's cool, only when it gets hotter like it is now. Oh. What happened there? I was just going out, but just going to move back across. See what else we got out here on the plain. Some blesbok, just also enjoying the sun there and grazing a bit. Fish eagles calling off in the distance. So as always, please don't forget that it's an interactive experience, so please send us through your questions and your comments. Jump on board with us as we escape to nature. Very peaceful there with the blesbok as well. Feeding in on the couch grass and the yellow button flowers. Bit of a mix really, but I think dominated by the couch grass. Cynodon dactylon. Just move a bit more. There's some other animals that have also come out on the plain. And zebra having a bit of an itch. This is really beautiful. Now that the sun has come out, it just changes the entire perplexion of everything. So very chilled on behalf of the zebra, and I'm still hoping that one of these days we're going to have some babies. There are a couple of pregnant females. Yesterday we saw one hiding up in the bivouac. It was a perfect spot for it to have its baby. But we'll have to wait and see in the coming days. I have seen some brand new little buffalo that have been born in the last few days. So those are wonderful new additions, making the herd quite a bit bigger. Of tail swishing. As it gets hotter, the flies also get more of a nuisance. Just showing that beautiful landscape. This whole system does move down and feed into the Kariga River, which then leads all the way into the ocean. Often see crowned eagles flying and calling here. Lots of monkeys and baboons, caracal, jackal, the odd leopard, lots of rock hyrax, a really lovely kloof this. Racine. That's an interesting question. Do any animals' tails move involuntarily? I have to think about that one. I'm not quite sure. I think, it's one of those voluntary, involuntary motions that happens. Kind of like when you swat flies away. Sometimes it's not voluntary per se, it's just a complete reaction, and I think they do that sometimes, but I think it is mainly voluntarily that they swish the tails. Just go here, there's a sacred ibis. It's also just beautifully contrasts there in this landscape, walking around probing. So we saw the giraffe seemingly feeding on impala carcass, which the sacred ibis were also doing previously. And well, we know that giraffe perform osteophagia, which is feeding on bones, but these giraffe were also having a bit of a chew on some of the carrion, the meat. And I think this is exactly what this ibis is now moving into that same spot. The giraffe have spread that carcass around a bit now. Oh, what's that? After the butterfly, maybe? And that's the Scotia Dam in the background. Scotia, after the Scotia afra, or the Karoo bourbine, a lovely tree that's just next to it, that we do find here on the eastern side of Kariega. Yeah, Candace, I have to agree with you. It's very similar to the zebras. I mean, it's the black and white, very aposematic coloration or extreme contrast. Always makes for beautiful colors, I would say, especially when you've got contrasts like that. And he's really on a walkabout. I'm going to go past the back of the vehicle soon. Managed to find, no, just checking, probing. Right, well, he's going to be disappearing off the back there. Let's go back to the water hole. We've had the secretary birds that have been in as well. Haven't seen them in the last couple of days though. Who's that there? Looks like there's the cormorant with another sacred ibis. Okay, so as always, I'll be sitting here watching and waiting and seeing what else shows itself. But having said that, I'm wondering what's happening with Alex at Okukuyu.
Thanks, Ralph. And we do have quite a large herd of gemsbok coming through at the moment. And we haven't really had the opportunity to sit with them and view them for the last few days. So I am hoping that we do get quite a nice sighting now, because they are here in good numbers. And as we were talking about earlier, them and the springbok kind of get quite deep into the water here. So it will be very cool just to see how they approach, but also how deep they get in. as they try and access the fresher water that's generally towards the center of the dam. So with luck, they should be in the water pretty soon. We're just going to sit back and watch that happen. We also do have the springbok around too, so very, very cool.
So this one in front will go, and then the others they'll stop a little bit. This one will try the water, and then if it's okay, the other one will follow.
Yeah, he's looking around, checking.
Yes,
Everything's alright.
yes. They have confidence though because they are seeing the springbok drinking,
Yeah.
so the confidence is already there. But it's a procedure that they have to do that before they, in case there's no springbok.
So they have now arrived. Now that they are in the water, we're going to just zoom in a little bit, so that we can just observe their different markings. Hopefully they won't be too skittish. Hopefully they do stick with us for a little bit as well.
Crocodiles don't normally make it.
They don't have problems. They cannot
Not enough water.
survive with this water.
Too small.
The water is too small, the water is too salty.
The salt is on it. Yeah. In Okavango, I guess.
Yes, the Okavango, they have a lot of crocodiles. There's a lot of. And hippos.
Here, no hippos here in the
No.
That's in the park.
So that did seem kind of short-lived, but there is one left in the water. But what's quite interesting, at least what I've noticed, is that when they do get into the water like this and then they do get out, it doesn't look like they've even been in the water. Exactly the same. So just some interesting observation that we have had with the Gemsbok at least. I'm going to zoom out and just see if anyone else is approaching. But great to see them and the springbok that are right here too. And we have our first Ellie, so we'll probably spend time with the Ellie here. Acacia Pie Barbet going off. Here comes the next. So I do think there might be a few elephant coming through. Looks like a breeding herd, so they will be here for some time. They might even get into the water and play. But what I have noticed as well with these breeding herds is they kind of come in very quickly, in good numbers right now, and then they move off quite quickly as well. So while they are here, we will just watch these Ellies. They do look like they've already been in water. But let's just wait and see. They might just come straight through and then move on. No Ellies hanging around for us. Very cool scene. I do hope we will get some of them swimming, so I'm just going to zoom in a little bit and then we'll just watch and observe and see. As I said, sometimes they move on pretty quickly. It's the bulls that hang around, so good to have some early action at least. Lovely breeding herd.
For a normal size elephant pig like this, it has to be almost a meter or so. So the other thing, when you look at the elephant, if you look behind, it's easy for you to tell if it uses left side or right side. Mostly the side that it uses most, it will be having a broken tusk.
What have you been using for?
Like we use left or right for the hands, so they also have sides that they use.
With the tusk for digging up stuff and so on.
Yes, for digging up, so you can actually tell by the tusk it will be broken. Yeah. So if you look at them and you see there's one tusk that is broken, it means it uses either left or right.
It's a pool the whole
Yeah. And the pupu for the elephant, it's also medicine. We use it in our traditional. We use it, especially the pregnant ladies. They have to put the dry pupu into the water. They leave it for some days, and then it soaks, and then they drink that water. So the reason why is the elephant, they eat different kind of trees in the bush. So they eat also medicine trees. So by drinking that water, you find your...
Take the nutrition from
Yes,
there,
you also find your medicine that you want. Yes, because it has got a lot of different kind of trees.
Beautiful, we love to see that.
Yes.
So really just special. Sitting here with these Ellies, we will just hang around and watch them play and frolic, drink for a few moments. But always special with breeding herds of Ellies in the water. Again, they are pushing right into the center of the dam. You can see Cape Crows there in the background too, and you will just see the dab chicks kind of diving in the water, moving around, kind of avoiding those trunks. the time just to splash themselves as well, cool down a little bit, and then move on.
So lion pack, would they attack not the small one they probably try, but not the big one?
The small one, yes, but a number of lions from 20, like a pride of 20.
Hi Jane, so depending on the area, they will swim, and they do cross different rivers and that to swim through them. So I've seen them do that in the Zambezi and on the Chobe as well. And they do cross the channels in Okavango too. So where the rivers are deep, they do swim across. Obviously eddies are quite tall, so that would mean that the water is obviously deeper than them where they do have to swim. They're quite adept at it as well, and they're very fortunate to have those trunks too, so that does help them with regards to that. Some of the babies, obviously, when they have less control of those trunks, it can be a bit of an issue for them, but they do kind of get pulled and lifted through as well by the older ellies. Sometimes you even see them grabbing onto the tails as well, kind of getting dragged along. Almost like an ellie tube behind the ellie mom boat. So it's quite cool actually to watch, and definitely behavior that they do involve themselves in, as they do move around quite a bit for different vegetation and food. So they are pretty good swimmers. And they do love swimming and playing in the water as well. You can almost see the grins on their faces and how quick they come into the water.
Very hungry.
Goes to west, they go for it. If west comes west, when there's nothing
nothing else, they would still do it. They would basically, but not, even if they're in a herd, I mean, do they help each other, the elephants, if there's now a lion?
Yes, they do help each other. They can, but they're like buffaloes. You know, buffaloes, it's hard to kill one because they fight for the other prey.
So that would be, a herd like that would be difficult, even for a pack of lions or something, no?
Yeah, it will be difficult. Very difficult. So
You should see some of the younger ones kind of lying in the water as well. And a couple of them are blocked by obviously those bigger bodies. I'm sure some of the younger ones will be taking the opportunity to fully submerge.
So you see the sand as we go, it's much whiter. So when they do this mud bath, after they dry up, and then they stay like white. So people they believe if those elephants they are white. No.
Because of the sand and
Because of the mud and sand, yeah. The female kudu, all those kudus that you see, they are females.
they're all female.
Yes, they come to drink. Why I say females? Because the male has got horns.
Yeah.
So even if the lion they come, they want the elephant they don't run away, they don't.
Really?
Yeah. Only the babies they'll just go in between.
Yeah.
But they won't like move. The lions will come and drink over there and then they'll go.
So they go away, they wouldn't risk attacking.
They won't try anything. But with the small adults, if the lion comes, they all run away. So you see how it's kicking? You see it's kicking, it's using another leg to kick.
Yeah.
Like he's kicking a ball.
Yeah.
So with elephants now, when one of it dies, maybe because of old age,
Yeah.
so what they do is if it dies here, they will leave until it gets rotten, and then they'll come back for the carcass,
For the
for the remaining bones.
the lions or
Yeah, the elephants. For
the
their
elephants
prey.
will come back.
Yes, they will come back for their prey. And then what they do, that's how they bury their prey. They're keeping the bones in different places.
Really?
So after a long time when you come, if you had left the elephant big like 50 bones, when you come in few years, you find the bones, they are scattered everywhere. Of course, sometimes the hyenas they take, but with elephants they bury their prey by kicking away the bones and making them, putting them everywhere, so that they, yes.
And how old do they get?
Around 60 to 80 years. 60 to 80 years.
So roughly like us, huh?
Yeah. They've got very good memory. So the same route that they use to come and drink water, no matter how far they go, even if they go to windows, they still use the same route for the next 15 years. So, like this group, it's most females and kids. So there is a one female, which is the leader. We call it the matriarch.
Can quite clearly see that one young one there. Matriarchs 2 even really submerging themselves and getting right into the thick of it. There's a third one also probably in the water, really having a good swim.
Just like that, generation to generation. Yes. So most of the time they only mate with male, where they only mix with male when they are mating.
The males are on their own usually.
When they are on the mass.
Definitely Gillian, and especially an elephant sighting where they are swimming and in the water, really enjoying themselves. But Ellie's, as you say, very calming and relaxing animals to watch.
Just a period of 2 years.
Yes.
And the male, are they on their own usually, or also in a group?
Yeah, they go like in a bachelor, like in 4-4, 2-2, like stuff like that.
But not as big the group as
Yes.
This is females then
There's most of female, yeah, they're female. So there's a matriarch here, which will be breeding the group. Yes. And it will be having a baby. So meaning that if he dies or if he change the group, because sometimes they kick out their babies to go and start their own.
Really?
So the baby from the matriarch from that group will go and start his own group, and then it will be the matriarch again. So with the male elephants, when they want to match with the lady, it has to go to the mass. It has to go on mass. So on mass, how you see it, if that is on mass,
So I think we slowly are reaching the end of the pool party, at least up here. But we will just watch and make sure we don't miss out on anything. You can see the springbok are also slowly making their way into the water now as well. They also did give those Ellies a fair amount of space for them to do that. So the Ellies obviously will have also churned up quite a bit of the silt and the mud on the bottom there, having done that. So it will take a little bit of time, I think, for the water to settle properly. Maybe a little bit of time for some of the other animals to come through, but that also depends on how thirsty they might be. Some kudu also waiting in the wings too.
even if it kills a human being, it buries the person. What it does, it just digs a small trench, it puts you there, and then it grabs the small tree, and then it blows. And then it will stay there for even 2-3 days, making sure that you are dead.
Great to see that little Ellie charging around like that with its ears out. Quite unhappy, clearly. So just great to watch these Little calves and young calves run around. Does look like this is ending though. And we do have the kudu waiting to come through as well. So always fun to see in this last bull actually just hanging about and making sure he gets some of the fun. Just fantastic watching the calves come through, run around, show their temperament as well. You can notice on this bull he is lacking hair that's on the tip of his tail, and you will notice that the cows obviously have a number of hair on their tail as well. So just something we've noticed with some of the bulls around here, that the tips of the tails kind of almost gone and don't have any hair left. So just interesting. But those tails are constantly going, they almost act as a fly swat at times. So just to make sure that nothing is really biting or maybe stinging them. So you do see their tails moving quite often as well. It's quite a large herd of kudu that is waiting to come through. So it'll be interesting to see how long this standoff lasts. It does look like some of the zebra are also picking up their confidence. But this might only happen once this bull decides to come out. Maybe go for some of that fresher water. But the breeding herds party is definitely over. And we'll just watch and see how other animals take this all in and interact. The Springbok have definitely taken advantage where the Ellies have not really been. They are there on the right hand side. You'll also be able to see a large number of zebra also kind of piling up and getting in the queue for the waterhole. It seems like everyone is almost on a timestamp. So we'll wait and watch all these guys come through. It's always fantastic watching numbers of these different animals come through and come down and drink. Hi, and so depending on the animal, they will obviously use it for that purpose of, keeping insects at bay, swatting any flies that might land on their hindquarters. But predators, obviously, so the cats will use their tails for balance. So it's well known that cheetahs use that tail almost to aid their balance and help them when they are running at those paces. That's also why their tail is so long. But lions and leopards also use those tails for balance. So there are a number of different adaptations that certain tails and certain animals have adapted. So obviously with us we have lost our tails for many millennia. That's why we still have our coccyxes as well. That is obviously where baboons and vervet monkeys, for example, will have that too. So it is a feature of the great apes where we don't have tails anymore. So us orangutans, gorillas, chimps, and bonobos, even gibbons, we don't have those tails. But some of them are kind of prehensile, and some obviously aid in balance, and some perform the ability to keep flies and flying insects that might be biting them at bay. And at other points in time, they are also used as signals when animals run through the bush. So they're used as a signal marker as to where they are. So we can actually look at these kudu, and we might be able to make it out on them right now, because they do have a white under their tail. And when they run through the bush, their tails are up, and that white flashes and almost acts as a marker, so the other kudu can tell where they are. And it's the same with Inyala. Just about every animal has that feature. So if you do look at the kudu's tails, underneath them will be a white, and that acts as a marker when they are running. So I hope we are able to make it out. But I hope that does give you a better explanation or some understanding around some of the uses of tails. Obviously also things like kangaroos, they have that also helps with their balance and them having to move. So there are lots of different uses for tails, and obviously each animal has evolved a specific use for their tails. So I hope that does give some insight. So on the underside of the kudu's tail, that one that's facing away from us, maybe we'll see it with her when she flicks her tail around, but you can kind of make it out on some of them here that are drinking when they're loose. That is that white, and that is the marker that they'll use. And really cool seeing a nice herd of kudu come through on association, really. Great to spend some time with them too. Young calf there right at the end there. It's at the end of the line. Quite a young calf. Probably born this year sometime. So I do just want to zoom out because I think the zebra have joined us as well. We don't want to miss out on anyone really that has come through for a drink. Looks like they might be moving on, but there are quite a few in the distance coming through. Nice wildebeest as well. And some more kudu here on the right hand side too. And a lone impala. Alright, jokes, 2 rams. Another kudu joining this cow over here. So I'm going to go back to our other kudu. I do think they'll move on quite quickly, but there is quite a big herd of zebra coming through, so we'll just wait for that. Some gemsbok too in the distance. How many? So not really, because they form loose associations, so they do kind of change, and their numbers will change in those associations at times, and the bulls also aren't always found in those associations. But obviously when it does come down to rut, when they are looking for mating rights, the bulls do get into some hefty fights, and they can be fights to the death as well, because sometimes those horns interlock, and they get locked, and their necks also break at times. They are very susceptible to injuring themselves in battle, and they do fight quite heavily as well when they are going for mating rights. But effectively, kudus form loose associations, so the numbers of those associations can change throughout a day even, and that also just will depend on how thick and how good the vegetation or food is in that area, and the abundance of food in the area too. So they will split up, kind of join up and mill about, and the bulls will kind of come in when the ewes are in estrus, and they do breed throughout the year, so there isn't a set breeding time either for them. So it does depend on a few factors. But yeah, so the hierarchy will come through obviously with bulls that are in their prime and wanting to mate when the females are in estrus. When the ewes are in estrus, those bulls will then fight for mating rights. So that is kind of where the hierarchies or the dominances come through. It's also not uncommon to see a number of bulls together as well. Obviously, more eyes, higher numbers will dictate probably safety as well. So it will be a little bit safer like that. They do get into hefty fights. They are known to kill each other in those fights. I always love zooming in on the zebra when they're here, because it's really so cool watching them and that shimmer of their stripes as they mill around. Almost like a black and white striped kaleidoscope. But as always, as we watch these zebra immerse themselves in the water and into drinking, please do remember that this is a live and immersive experience, and it is your safari as we travel through the African wilderness. So please do send through any questions, comments, anything you might have noticed, or any other observations or things you might wish to chat around. We love to answer your questions, and we love to engage with you as well. So please do send through anything you wish to bring up. Still lots going on here, but it is kind of emptying out as other animals filter their way on through. So we will just hang here for a little bit. Just watch and see who else wants to join the damn party today. But, lots of springbok, odd impala, some gemsbok. We did just have that pretty big herd of zebra around as well. So it looks like we've got quite a healthy number of springbok and these gemsbok around. But we haven't been to Djuma yet today, and I do think it's time for us to go and have a look and see what is happening in the Sabi Sands. Takes our mammal number up to around 14 or 15. I will just double check now, but we do have the hippo Dewey and we do have a terrapin kind of surfing the hippo. Pretty endearing to see. So just want to spend some time seeing how this relationship pans out, because he's literally on the top of his head. You can just make out Dewey's ears. So it'll be interesting to see how long this lasts. Quite cool just watching this happen. Just gonna sit and watch and see, because as he raises his head up just now, he will need to breathe some oxygen soon. It might cause a little change in this relationship. I do just need to get that question again. Hi, Tom, who's 12 years old. That's a very good question to ask because hippo are obviously very fond of water. As you can see, he's in the water. And they have a number of unique adaptations that make them very different. So they can hold their breath around 5 minutes underwater, and they actually, when they are underwater, they run on the surface underwater. So they don't swim necessarily, they actually run along the bottom. And they have a specially adapted pigment for when they are in the sun or when it is hotter, if they are wallowing and it is very dry and there's just mud left. And they secrete a special pigment out of their skins then. Sometimes they call that blood sweat, and it kind of makes them very pink, and that helps protect them. It's almost like a natural sunscreen. They can travel quite far, and they generally travel to graze at night. So it's not very often that you do see them out of the water during the day. You mostly see them out of the water at night, and that is when they walk off to go and graze, and that is when they do most of their feeding. And they are predominantly grazers. There are stories of them obviously having killed certain animals and that, maybe here and there taking a little bite, but they do not normally do that. That's not something that happens at all often. They are predominantly grazers, and they graze at night, and they are very territorial when they are in water. And when they are out grazing and outside of water or their territories, it's kind of their home ranges where they are grazing, they're not that territorial. So it's normally when hippos are in the water or going back to their water, to their territory, that is when hippos are very dangerous. And they do kill a number of people in Africa in a year as well. So they are very dangerous when they are in and around water. And they do create pods. Those pods are generally run by dominant bulls, and when those bulls fight, they can fight for up to about 10 days, and it sounds pretty gory and rather hectic. It's like two gladiators fighting each other, and as I said, it goes on for a very long time. So I hope that gives you a bit of information, Tom, around some of the facts around hippos. Funnily enough, we haven't actually heard the Mashatu, the lilac-breasted roller today, but I can hear one here. And in both locations, these rollers will be getting ready to breed. And that kind of raucous sound was that roller. Hi Fred, yes they are, because they do form pods. In those pods there will be a number of females and calves, and obviously then one territorial bull, but that can change in certain river courses and in areas because those pods can increase in size, and obviously then competition for breeding rights and that will be quite stiff. But the female pods will move on to different male hippos that are obviously in better areas or are more dominant. But it will obviously depend on their access to resources and their access to their water course, how deep it might be, how safe they might feel, but they are definitely social. Seems to be a little bit camera shy right now, and clearly that terrapin also got submerged. So I'm going to zoom out and have a look and see if anyone else is around. So we're currently on 14, so if we can break 14, that'll be the highest number of mammals I've seen so far. And there are one or two here. Some antelope that we could get. Does seem to be a little bit overcast. So I'm hoping they might be around. So we are just going to just scan around and make sure we haven't missed out. So it's definitely breaking. 14 would be fantastic. High hopes. So I suppose crocodiles were or do. And depending on where they are, they have a contentious relationship at the best of times. But that was probably the other animal that would be in the water with them. Obviously, things like buffalo, elephant, rhino, warthog, they wallow around the edge of dams and they can be found around there. So they would kind of to some degree share a space. The buffalo, elephant more so. With the rhino and the warthog kind of just sticking to the muddy areas. And it's not uncommon to see buffalo in the water or even elephant. And we did even have hyena, and we were talking about hyena love water as well. So I don't know if they would really do it around hippos, because hippo would probably be quite irritated with the hyena in the water, but maybe at certain parts of dams where hippos are found, hyenas would also wallow or get into the water there. And obviously in other areas where there are lechwe, puku, setatunga, waterbuck as well, obviously do go in. So that family of more aquatic adapted antelope, even a bongo. Those are found a little bit north from us. Bongo found in the Congo basins and the rainforests. But lechwe and puku are found up in Zambia, northern Botswana. So we could find those there as well. There are also certain lechwe and cob as well in other areas. So you can hear that lilac-breasted roller there. I just want to make sure no one's here in the wallow. Maybe a warthog. Sometimes the inyala are down here as well. So it really seems quite quiet now, just the hippo around. But I'm just making sure we don't miss any of the birds. It seems that the terrapin did stay on the hippo. So we do have our 15th mammal, and that is a slender mongoose. You can make that out, and we'll tell that also just by that black tip on its tail there. Awesome to see. Really cool. And unlike the banded mongoose that we saw earlier, these guys are generally solitary. So really cool to note, and different mongoose at least. And quite cool. Obviously that key identifying factor being the fact that it's solitary and also that black tip on its tail. So I'll try to follow it. I do think it might hang around the water's edge here a little bit, so we'll watch that for a bit. They are quite quick. There we go. Might be quite hard to track it once it gets up into that thicker stuff, but I'll keep an eye for its tail. It will probably pop up here on the road now. I hope. I mean, sometimes animals don't play the same games that we wish them to. But nevertheless, very cool to see a slender mongoose. That breaks the duck, so that is currently the highest number of animals I've seen on DamCam in a segment, being 15, and we could go even higher than that. Do you think that that mongoose is probably going to just sit there as well? Might even just be foraging in that thicker foliage there. Oh no, there he is. He did come up onto the road, or she. Really, really cool. Probably down into the next side of the drainage line there now, and out of sight. There we go. Really, really cool. That was quite special to see. It's not every day we get to see slender mongoose. But really, really cool. Let's just see if our friend the water monitor is not here. So we can have a look at a starling. Kind of out of focus, so let's just move on from there. It does look like the water monitor's around as well, so nice just to see. No, I think it's not there. I know, indeed it is. There's a smaller one there, just there on that log. So there's a water monitor. Unfortunately, I can't get any closer, but still nice to see. And the second biggest reptile found here in the Sabi Sands, behind the Nile crocodile. They get up to about 2.5 meters in length. So that would make it bigger than a monitor. So that being just a normal monitor lizard, so this being a water monitor. It can be pretty ferocious, but this isn't the biggest. You will see this is a young one. They are also kind of characterized by having quite a bit of a lighter yellower tinge on them. Let's come out, let's see if we can't see anyone else around. Maybe some of our other friends have snuck through behind us. Can hear oxpeckers. So Ronnie, they will have quite a varied diet. They will take obviously little insects, amphibians, eggs of those water birds that are around. Maybe even the odd little chick. Yeah, so they are carnivorous. They'll even eat small little fish, obviously lizards, frogs, sometimes snakes, maybe even juvenile crocodiles, baby tortoises, baby terrapins if they are around. So they are carnivorous. So they'll have quite a mixed diet. Obviously that one being quite small, obviously it wouldn't go for things like juvenile crocodiles or anything just yet, because it would be about almost the same size. But when they are big and around 2.5 meters, you can expect them to take on quite a varied diet. And they do eat fairly regularly, so around 2 to 3 times a week as well. So I'm just making sure we don't miss out on anything that might be around, because in the thickets there generally is game around here, and there are a number of water dependent species too, so good just to keep our eyes peeled. It seems that the parrots have finished nesting. They're not around at the moment. It's getting quite thick. So as we do approach summer, these areas are going to get really thick, and the bush does change quite extensively. Being quite open and barren, it kind of looks very much like a jungle. Sometimes you can't even see further than a few meters in the bush. So let us just zoom out and come back. Hi Linda, yes, the water dependent birds, obviously the waterfowl are dependent on water. So that could be the dabchicks, different ducks, geese, the moorhens, ganagles, crakes, storks, the jacanas, fish eagle. So there are a number of birds that are dependent on water. That's probably not the entirety of them all either, but that'll just give some scope. I'm just going to sit here and watch Dewey and the submerged terrapin, or the semi-submerged terrapin. Please also do remember that this is a live and immersive experience, and we'd love to hear from you. We'd love to hear your observations, your comments, your questions. So please do send those through. We love to answer them, and we love to engage with you. See the terrapin kind of crawling high up on the hippo's head right now, so very cool to see. Not too sure how long this will last, because he might just put his head underwater again, but very cool. Great to spend time with Dewey. Through the thickets here in the bush just to make sure we haven't missed any of the Inyala or anyone else that might be around. We did obviously just hear that those oxpeckers, so I'm assuming something is around. How far or how thick or deep into the bush, that unfortunately I can't tell. But otherwise we're just gonna make sure we haven't missed anyone else through the thickets. Hi, and Paul. I do think that they would definitely feel that. I mean, I don't think it will be very heavy on a hippo or anything like that. And they obviously do have a level of tolerance for them too. So definitely can feel that. I mean, it would make sense that it would be able to feel that terrapin. We do have this Burchell starling here, so let's just see if we can get it in focus. Of course, birds, they generally do that. As soon as you kind of get them in frame, they fly off. So probably one of the harder things to find and film, at least adequately to talk about them times. It does look like we don't really have anyone else here, although as I said, I can hear these oxpeckers, so there's something around, just out of sight at the moment. What is that maybe? Nope, just a shape. But it seems like everyone has kind of deserted us. It's that time of the day again. So we will just go back and sit with Dewey because, as I said, we haven't seen him for a while. And it's cool just to spend some time with hippos when we can. Well, he's not up to too much just yet, but that terrapin is up to a few things. And that bird calling is a water thickney. Here's Dewey and his terrapin. Although they seem to be swimming. Yeah, crested barbet as well. Hi Sam, it's not uncommon at all because sometimes, or when the males get too old in the pods, they will get chased out by those bulls too. So when they start to mature, and they will move off by themselves and try and find their own territories. Obviously when they become big enough to fight and to establish a territory or dominate a territory, then that is what they also do. And when that is the case, then you will also find them by themselves. But this hippo is currently by himself, but we have been told that he does have a girlfriend and they do have a calf. And you probably find that he is transferring between two areas where his calf and the cow might be. Sometimes they'll join them here, at other times also being here too, maybe trying to establish this as his main location. We do have a lovely African hoopoe calling in the background too, as well as those water thickneys. It seems like he's just emerging, maybe a bit camera shy at the moment. So it seems like Dewey is really hiding from the camera at the moment. So I'm just going to come out again. And again, just make sure we haven't missed out on anyone. But it was really cool seeing that slender mongoose earlier. I do just want to make sure we don't miss anyone that might have come through along the drainage line or on, maybe even in the wallow. That looks like a goose. Maybe the goose is with his family or her family. There's a number of goslings as well. I can see them too, so we'll watch them foraging around as well. It's always cool to keep up to date with them as well. And you can see how much bigger they've gotten as well. A number of them just sitting over there. How many do I count? 1, 2, 3, 4. So 5 of them. 5 little goslings, and they are kind of getting ready They really have doubled in size the last time I saw them. It looks like they are kind of getting to that size where they will be molting soon. Getting that first set of feathers. So they're obviously still in this down. They are precocial, so they are kind of born almost ready to walk around, run and eat. So they don't really have to do too much from there. So because of that, they are obviously developing precocial. And it will allow them then to feed, to start eating at some of these grass matter, some insects, little aquatic matter as well, arthropods, little invertebrates. And also basically start swimming straight away too. Obviously not flying, but swimming and walking. Hornbill. It's really quite cool to see that these chicks have got so far on in life, because there is obviously quite a high death rate with young chicks, and we did notice that in Mashatu. They had a clutch of about 4 or 5, and there's only one left, but it's much smaller than these goslings here. I'm hoping it's still around. I haven't seen it for a few days, but I haven't really looked too hard into the undergrowth where they are found. Looks like there's actually 6 chicks here. I didn't make out that other one. Seems like there's just a lazy one that's there and doesn't want to wake up. Obviously you can see quite a lot of early activity around of late. They might actually feed or go through some of those dung balls too, because there should be a beetle or little arthropod going through that. And it'll be on those little goslings' menu. Hi Eddie, I will need to check with you because they do become quite territorial. So they generally then kind of stick to those areas, and they are quite aggressive, so they do fight each other within those territories, and they try and hold on to them. But they don't migrate like some of those other Canadian geese and that kind of thing. So if they do migrate, they have been recorded to move around 1,000 kilometers maximum, but sometimes between about 70 or 80 or 70 to 800 kilometers or so. But that would be because they are maybe moving from area to area. So as these chicks say fledge, maybe they might move that distance. But the parents themselves, they will probably be quite seasonal and will probably hang around here. I don't see them needing to move off. So once they have kind of set up those territory, they don't really move too far from there, because as I said, they are territorial. And those chicks will probably only fledge and learn to fly at about 11 weeks old. So there can't be too many weeks off of that. Probably in the next 2 to 3 weeks, they might start flying. So these Egyptian geese, they aren't migratory, they're non-migratory geese really, so we can expect them to stay kind of near here, but there are recorded movements of them. Those aren't migrations, just movements where they might have dispersed or something like that. So these geese are actually non-migratory, as I said, not like those Canadian geese. So it is also noted, and obviously more in urban areas, that these geese sometimes are actually known as pests, and they actually are overpopulated in some areas. So there have been some measures taken in some areas for culling of them, specifically because of golf courses and that kind of thing popping up. And because they are territorial, they do kind of scare other birds away too, so other waterfowl and that. So sometimes people don't take the best liking to them. That obviously they are natural and they are indigenous here, and they occur in good numbers. Let us just scan around and see who else is around. Nice to watch the geese for a little bit. But also important to make sure we don't miss out on anyone else that might be around or has snuck through. They are kind of moving into the drainage line now as well, so we will lose them as well at some point. Tina, so they'll eat little grasses, little seeds, odd invertebrates, so insects as well, aquatic matter, little arthropods. They do have, they're predominantly grazers, so little grasses around, little aquatic matter that is in the water, seeds, as I said, are known to even to go into grazing fields as well, so where farmers have then planted seed in that and even take some of that too. They will obviously eat little insects, flies, other invertebrates and arthropods too. some of our lapwings. I'm just going to just check in on Jury. There's probably time for us to go check in and see what's happening in one of the other water holes. Just because we aren't having any luck raising our species number here, although I will keep a tab on it. There's Jury and Terrapin. But it looks like Jury's a bit camera shy, and we have searched and looked to see who else might be in the bush here, and we will keep a tab on that. But in saying that, it is time for us to head back up to Etosha and Ukukuyo. So we've got quite a bit going on at the moment. Lots of springbok still, some nice kudu, and it looks like a nice herd of zebra joining us once again. So we've had lots of good antelope around today. Obviously that's nice, that nice breeding herd of elephant too. So just cool to watch everyone kind of approach, and once they do get in, we will just sit and watch and observe them to see how thirsty they are and how long they hang around for. So I'm just going to zoom in a little bit, and then we're just going to sit and watch and see what goes on, how skittish they might be, how long they hang around for. Yeah, Bruce, it is so cool to see them all, and it's lovely to see this kind of procession of zebra coming through. It really is a procession. I do use the word quite a lot, but when you see them in these numbers and just the drips and drabs that are coming through, it really does give off that impression. It's fantastic to see all these animals around in one space. But yes, as we see these animals come through, the zebra at least, and the springbok milling around, please do remember that this is a live and immersive experience, as well as being your journey and through the African wilderness and safari. So please do send through any questions, comments, things you might notice, points of interest. We love to chat and engage with you. So please do send through anything that you wish to talk about. Hi Jojo. So it's not that there are antelopes that aren't water dependent, but there are antelopes that are far more resistant to drought and not necessarily as water dependent as others. So obviously our gemsbok is one. These impala adapted or arid adapted or black-faced impala are another. That would be more arid adapted antelope, considering, or if you take the difference between the two impala at least. And there are other antelope up in eastern Africa and in other dry arid areas that are also pretty adapted and hardy with regards to not needing as much water. So those are things like the Gerenuk. The gravy zebra as well won't need as much access to water as say these zebra. Addax, there are a number of them. Scimitarhorn, oryx. And these obviously are antelope, and there are some actually in Arabia as well, some gazelles that are obviously far more arid adapted, and they'll get a lot of their moisture actually from their vegetation as opposed to from water, so they won't necessarily need to drink as often as others would. And it is the ability to actually draw moisture out of what they eat that allows them to not need as much access to water as what you might think. So that is really the difference. So it's not that antelope or animals don't need access to water. They all will to some degree, but they mostly will get that moisture or content or the vegetation that they eat. So it would mean that some of them being better adapted to arid areas would actually then just mostly get that water that they need to survive out of what they eat, as opposed to having to drink it all the time. But with access and with water around, they definitely wouldn't be shy to take it. So it looks like our zebra are kind of moving on. And talking about moving on, it's time for us to go to a far greener part of the world and see what Ralph's up to in Kariega.
Yeah, well, we had the rhinos wallowing. Now it looks like the buffalo are slowly making their way over towards us, and as they get closer I'm going to get quieter and quieter because I don't want to disturb them, and I'm right near to the mud wallow, so I'm hoping that they go for a wallow and they give me an opportunity to have to choose between the best picture of the day. It's really turned out to be a wonderful day. Earlier it was rather misty and quite cool, a little bit of a splattering of rain, but I think it was almost just heavy mist. But now it's got very hot. If we look there on the left, there's a nice big bull there. Nice boss on him. Yeah, I think the buffalo are definitely heading for a spa as well.
Every day brings something new here on Wild Earth. Whether it's ostriches dancing at Amakhala, elephants chasing wild dogs at Madikwe, or a royal leopard standoff at Juma. Now, you never have to miss a beat. If you are not always able to watch live, then download the Wild Earth app and you can catch up no later than 1 hour after the live show has finished. Wild Earth, it's in nature.
fully, so no, they don't all have the same shape. They're all similar shaped, but as with all the animals, they are all individuals, so they can be different. But if you look, for instance, at that, there's a bull, a young bull. His horns go straight up. They haven't sort of curled or melted down like the rest of them, as they will as they get a bit older. So they start like that, but they're not exactly the same. Everyone is individual. So we're getting nice and close now. I think they're all going to be heading in here. Follow these guys in the front. I want to see when they get into the water. See those horns? That's when they're younger. That's what they look like. Of nose licking, nose picking with their tongues. That's why I've always said the giraffe are pretty good at it, but I think buffalo are the best. Fred, yep, you're pretty right there. This is the favourite spa spot. Coming. Luckily the wind is blowing straight in my face, so it's helping that it's not blowing towards them. Look at this. I really do get into it. Wow. Claudia, glad you're enjoying this as well. It is quite funny, they don't seem to spend too long in the water. That's why it looks like they sort of climb in, roll around, and then they move off. So we've got to really enjoy it while it lasts. Let me go in there on these guys that are in the water. Look at that one, really loving it. Look at that. can try different focal spots because we got buffalo in the front, or we could focus on ones further back. See how they come out. A bath of buffalo. Kevin, I don't know why they're always so angry. Like for now, it's not like they're angry. I think it's just an evolutionary response to being targeted by lions. So, you know, by being fierce, that's sort of an anti-predator response. So they can chase lions away. Look at some of those, are completely covered in mud. Go right in there. I want to get that one that's standing in the way. I don't want to get that one that he's got his whole face full of mud. I've seen buffalo quite relaxed, as they are now, but anything that would be any kind of threat, they are then very aggressive, and it's a survival strategy. And even lions have, you know, been killed by buffalo, and that's in response to them being targeted. So as always, folks, as we're watching these bathing, wallowing buffalo and the Egyptian geese fighting with each other behind, jump on board with us and send us your questions and your comments. What would you like to know? Or what have you experienced with wallowing buffalo? I am being watched by a lot of them. Let's concentrate in on the wallowers. That one's done a good job of covering its entire body with mud. Space for more. So James, there's a couple of reasons. I think first and foremost, they really enjoy it in the mud. I think it's nice, especially when it's hot, to go and cool off in the mud, but it does help them stay cool for longer periods. So with that mud caked on them, it will keep them cool for the next couple of hours maybe with the wind. And another reason is it does help with shifting parasites, particularly ticks, because they get caked in that mud and then they go and scratch on a tree or anything, on a rock or on a branch, and with the tick then caked in the mud, when they scratch that off, it pulls them off. So it helps for that as well. But I think they do it just because it's fun and it's nice, and it's a nice cool off. There's a lot of things that animals do that have beneficial side effects. They do it because they enjoy it, but then there's other things that help them as a result of that. Because I don't think there is a conversation to the effects of let's all go lie down in the mud today because we have too many ticks. So if we do that, we're going to lose all the ticks. I don't think it's anything of the sort. I think it's hot and they want to cool off. That's it. As I thought, they don't spend too much time in the wallow itself. That's also, for me, an anti-predator response too, because they are rather vulnerable in the mud. So cool off and move on. It's the older bulls generally that you find lying up in the mud for longer periods. There's our zebra crossing. I wish I could be that relaxed walking in between buffalo as that zebra was. The bigger part of the herd is starting to move off. This one looks like not ready just yet. Mr. Sinek. Yeah. I haven't seen buffalo getting stuck in the mud. They seem to be very good mud wallowers, and I think they've worked out over the years where the right mud is to wallow in. And so no, I haven't. But I'm sure there are cases where they have. They're probably very vulnerable then to lions hunting them, but the lions could also then get stuck in the mud. It's generally when you have drying up pans that the animals try and access the water in the middle that is still there, but everywhere else is just mud, and that's when you have animals getting stuck. I've seen antelope getting stuck, waterbuck, even impala, but not buffalo. There's a young one leaving now. Is that one also going to go? Yeah. Or maybe not. Would be lovely if it lay down again. That reflection was awesome. No, it's deciding to leave. See, it's rather brief. It's the wallow, as I said. I don't spend too much time, except for the much older bulls. John, it's it won't eradicate all of the ticks, but it does help alleviate some of them. But as quickly as they lose those, they'll gain more. So it's sort of an ongoing process. There is another small wallow that's not far from here where some of the other ones also went. I just want to have a look at this big bull here. He's getting a bit older. But no less mean. The wallow is now empty. There's another one of our wallowing characters. Yes, there's the rhino. But one of my little favourite wallowers is coming in as well. Let me just show you. Although he has turned, he may be heading off. Oh, there's a buffalo that he's been in the mud as well. He just lay down. I think he's gone in the mud there. He's having a scratch. Cindy, they spend probably about 6 hours a day grazing, and I remember that's in a 24-hour period, and that's sort of in total maybe a little bit more, but they also need to spend pretty much that same amount that they've spent grazing actually digesting, so ruminating. Let's just see. I could see that warthog, but he's behind that bush there. There he is. So they don't need to spend as much time actually feeding as rhino or elephant or zebra or warthogs, but those hindgut fermenters don't need to spend the time actually digesting or ruminating like the buffalo do. Warthogs are always comical, and he's just getting startled by these buffalo. And he also wants to enjoy the mud just like them. Show you this one buffalo. It's so full of mud that its tail, when it swishes it, is actually sticking to its side. Let's catch up with it. That one, the one that was looking at me. Absolutely caked in mud. There's the warthog again. Now, the warthog has the spa all to itself. Oh, there's a whole lot of them about to join. But this is the animal that enjoys the mud the most. Amanda, yeah, the spa's still open for now. We've had the rhino, the buffalo, and now the warthogs. And I always love the antics of the warthogs. There's one here that seems to be satisfying an itch. Oh, he's satisfied it. sure if these are warthogs of the same family, because that adult that was there seems to be chasing these other little piglets away. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 warthogs. Those 3, and then there's 5 there in the background. Classic warthog behavior. This, he's got an itch as well. Getting down to some grazing. Come on, that was a short spar session. Surely there should be a bit more. Well, strange that these warthogs have had such a short little session. I'm sure they're going to come back for more. But there's somewhere else that I know, just off that little rocky point at the Mashatu waterhole. Let's go and see if any of the warthogs are wallowing with Alex.
Thanks, Ralph. And unfortunately, we don't have any warthogs at the moment, but we do have the giants from the land of the giants, the Ellies here. And they are having a spa day as well. We can't get as up close and personal as you were, but we do have the elephants, and they are here right at that rocky point where the fresh water does come out for the Ellies. So they are thoroughly enjoying it, and our hyena sadly pushed off a bit earlier. We don't have the opportunity to view them currently, but there's quite a cool little giraffe calf there. Not the youngest of giraffe calves, but definitely a giraffe calf just hanging about on the periphery there. I think waiting for its opportunity to drink. We will just see and wait, because these Eddies might give it a bit of a scare. But they have been rather behaved today, so hopefully that continues, and that's a trend. And there are some warthog actually, because that elephant just pushed it out, just couldn't make it out through there, but I think it was actually in the dip. So let's try and zoom in. Let's see if we can make out who else is around. But there were definitely some warthog in their spa there, the little mud wallow at the back. So we'll just see. They will be back, I'm sure, as well. Clearly time for some sunbathing and some sunscreen. just make out those warthogs there in the back. So we'll just wait and watch as these eddies kind of spray themselves with some mud, and I'm sure the warthogs will be back in that area in no time. Hi Amy, I will give you an accurate figure right this second. It's around 150 kgs to 170 kgs, so that will depend on the size of the ellie, obviously. And they eat for roughly 16 to 18 hours of their days. That might also, the weights might also just depend on the time of the year, because they spend more time browsing in winter, more time grazing in summer. And I would assume that the bark and that leaf matter is a bit heavier than the grass that they eat. So you'd probably find they go through heavier amounts of kgs in terms of per day during the drier months. So roughly 150 odd to 170 odd kgs per day. This is a lot of food. You can see that giraffe calf here, and I wonder where its mom is. They're clearly quite thirsty, and the ellies are being tolerable, at least for now, and allowing the giraffe calf to have a sip of water. That is the smallest giraffe I've seen around here, at least of late. So very cool to note the difference and the sizes of them all. It does look like slowly some water is seeping into that little wallow, but it has got far deeper than it was a few days ago even. I do hope that we will get some more ellies through at some point today as well. Here come the warthog back, so I just waited for the ellie to clear off. And clearly thinking about getting right back into that mud wallow. You can just see the little calf getting out now, and the roles will reverse and the warthogs will get back into the wallow shortly. Quite a big little family of them. Really nice to see warthogs in good numbers. It seems everyone is getting stuck in the mud there. Still a little bit skittish with those ellies around, but we'll just wait and see, because I do think they'll get right back in there. Hi Jenny, and their main predators are most definitely lions and leopards. Hyenas will obviously also take them, but lions and leopards would be their main predators. Cheetahs do also go for the piglets as well, and wild dog will also take a chance too, but generally leopards and lions would be their main predators. Yes, Sinak, always great to see the usual suspects around, as well as this young giraffe and those impala walking through in the background too. But it does look like we have quite a little party going on there in the mud wallow. You can make out all those pigs really getting into it. So we are just going to watch these guys just sit here for a minute. It's also quite cool just watching this giraffe calf as well drink, because it's cool just to get the scale on how big it still has to get, or how much it has to grow. Probably around 2.5 years of age, this giraffe calf.
The Mara Triangle is one of the most stunning locations that we have had the privilege to broadcast from, thanks to the unsung heroes, the Mara Rangers, who risk their lives to protect this Eden. These brave men and women deserve our support. Donate and be one of the helping hands uplifting these rangers, so that we may maintain this icon, the Mara Triangle.
Right now, it does look like we've got quite a bit of time, hopefully, to spend with these Ellies. And we are going to do just that. Just watch exactly what they're up to. Watch those oryx come through. Hopefully get some of the younger ones. We do have one calf in the water ready. Hopefully get some of the others really getting quite muddy and wet as they can. There's another one just behind this other ellie here, in front of, and another one right in there as well. So definitely time to cool down for the elephant. And as I said, hopefully they're going to hang around for a bit. So we are just going to sit and watch and see how they really enjoy this water and how they play in it as well. You can hear that mourning dove as well. Such a cool sound, that little that's going off there. Really, really cool. That's just great to watch all these eddies. Hi Dana. So what they will do is they will push the smaller calves and obviously those that might be sick or vulnerable into a middle, so they almost kind of corral around that, and the bigger ellies almost act as a shield, and they kind of bunch up. Depending on the numbers of them, they will form almost a semicircle or even a circle, and they get really quite close knit and together. And the calves will, because they do fit underneath their mom's stomachs and that, they kind of are really well protected, almost in a phalanx then, and they will sit like that. Sometimes maybe one or two might charge out, but generally they bunch together and they move as a very close-knit organism almost. Much like in 300 when the Spartans kind of grouped together and all had their shields over them as well, so they work as a unit. Great to see this eddy just lying in the water there, playing. So I do hope this continues for a little bit longer. So we are having a real good time with these eddies here, and they are really getting stuck into the mud and the wallow, at least some of them, and getting some fresh water too. But it is also time for us to go and check in with Andrew and see how his afternoon's going.
Okay, so we are just by, I'm just trying to figure out where we are exactly. Just beneath Woodbury Tented Camp, and we've got some nice general game at the moment. So we've got some water buck, nice big bull there, with 3 adult cows sitting in the middle of the sun. So the question often posed to me is, why aren't the antelopes in the shade? Why are they sitting in the middle of the sun, in the middle of the heat? So there is water nearby. As long as they are drinking regular amounts of water, they cool down quite nicely, and they can continue feeding throughout the day. Again, also a nice group of blesbuck over there. So I did mention a little bit this morning about the botfly, which I believe in East Africa it's called the pitsy fly or something like that. And so blesbuck are really common to have this botfly maggot within their nasal cavity. But it is important for them, although it does drive them totally crazy, it is important for them because it does clear up their passageways, and they're definitely able to breathe a lot easier and get a lot more ventilation within the nasal cavity. And without that botfly, you would probably find that a lot of the blesbok would slowly start to get sort of blocked passageways, and they're not going to say that they're going to struggle to breathe, but they're not going to be able to breathe as what they normally would. So definitely symbiosis happening between the botfly and then the host being the blesbuck. Nice little area this. But if you have any questions for me, you are more than welcome to reach out. It'd be lovely to hear from you, and definitely go through some of the questions or some of the things that you're pondering about Amakhala as a reserve. I'm here for you anytime. You're welcome. This is Lauren's favorite antelope, blesbok. I do remember she mentioned that a few times to me, and they are quite nice with that beautiful white face on their heads. You see they're slowly making their way towards a pan, which is just next to us. It's Uluvane pan, and Uluvane means a chameleon. It's a chameleon pan in a sense. A few days ago I had one of the best elephant sightings I've had on Amakhala yet. Was actually at Uluvane pan. They were throwing mud, and the wind was blowing towards us, and they were throwing mud on their bodies, and the wind was carrying that mud, and I was wearing sunglasses at the time, and some of that mud actually went on my sunglasses. A very special sighting. And there's actually quite a lot of people that get confused between blesbuck and bontebok. They're very similar, the same weight ratio, same sort of structure, so they look identical really. But the only difference is if you have a look at that bless in the face, that white mask of theirs, you find that blesbuck, their face is broken up into 2 white parts on the face. Bontebok, that's not the case. It's one solid unit, one solid white face, and you know you're looking at bontebok. We don't have, or there is no bontebok on Amakhala, and if you do mix the 2 species, bontebok and blesbuck, sometimes they can interbreed, which is no good. And historically they would have occurred in totally different areas from one another, and they never faced that challenge. But when you have a game reserve and there's a fence around the game reserve, you need to think about those sort of things, that you can't mix certain species of antelopes together. think it was just after a year after I started working at Amakhala as a field guide. It was in 2018 when I was working at one of the respective lodges out here. And I was about a year in here, and we watched a male cheetah that was trying to stalk the blesbuck, and the cheetah managed to run after one, and he was right on this blesbuck's tail. And the only thing that actually saved that blesbuck was the blesbuck kicked up some dust, and it went in the cheetah's eyes, and immediately the cheetah just hit brakes and stopped and let them go, because the cheetah also knows that if it's blinded and it can't see where it's running, it can be very, very serious, because if it runs into an aardvark hole or something at that speed, it's definitely going to break a leg, and it's all over for that cheetah. So the cheetah literally hit brakes. It was a bit of a slide on the ground. It was a very, very nice sighting though to see that sort of interaction. Blesbuck ran off and lived another day. Okay, I think we're going to push on a bit. It is extremely hot where we are right now. But in the meantime, let's head off to Alex in Ukukuyo in Namibia.
Andrew, and we are back here in Ukukuyo with our desert ellies. And up in Etosha, there are currently around 2,000 odd of these desert ellies here. These ellies are actually renowned as being some of the tallest ellies in the world. Just out of an interest factor for anyone that was wanting to know. It's quite cool to note that. So they are thought to be the tallest elephant in the world, and obviously more desert or arid adapted because of that as well, and also because of the area they are in. And as I was talking about the other day, you will notice that a lot of them actually have quite short or stunted trunks or tusks. Not trunks, but tusks, and that has obviously got to do with mineral deficiencies from this and from their diet. We also notice this in Madikwe as well, where we'll be coming to from later, I'm sure. And that also is just one of the issues that does happen sometimes when they don't get adequate minerals to obviously keep those tusks growing or not brittle. So they can become brittle when they don't have as many minerals as they need from the vegetation in the area. This is why they break and are then stunted. So we'll note this here, and we'll note it in Madikwe as well. And those tusks are actually adapted incisors. They actually go right into the jaw. If you open up an ellie's mouth, or ever were to look into one, you'll notice that these are their incisors that are obviously evolved into these things. So it doesn't mean to say if you were to take an Etosha ellie out of here and put it into an area, say, where there was adequate minerals and that in its food, would mean that maybe those tusks would get quite big. I'm not too sure. But just an interesting, not that we would do that, but just quite interesting. And there was something else I was reading the other day with regards to desert ellies and an adaptation that they actually have formed or evolved to take on now. And it's actually got to do with regards to them not needing as much access to water, and it's an adaptation that they've actually evolved to now have in their throats. I do just want to double check that I am correct with what I'm saying here, but it was something I was reading the other day and it's very interesting. It's got to do with their esophaguses or in their throats. They've actually developed a kind of flap or a patch kind of thing, and that allows them to actually store water. So it's effectively a water storage that they have now evolved to have. This obviously would be different to obviously our bush elephants, but these being the desert adapted ellies, and obviously further west of here into Damara land, that's where you get a a lot more ellies, and they'll actually have to travel quite a lot further in Damaraland. Hi Yolanda, so there are roughly 10,000 muscles that make up an elephant's trunk. So really huge, far more than are found in a human's body. And that's also what helps them being so dexterous as well. But I have found out what that pouch is that they have evolved, and this is where they do store that water, and this pouch is called the pharyngeal pouch, and it's in their throats. So they collect water and they use it when they need it. So they have adapted to have that, and these desert adapted ellies. There's something very interesting to note. It's great to be able to spend some time with ellies, whether they're desert adapted or not. These guys are really just taking it very easy as well. But as we did note, they are thought to be the tallest ellies in the world. So it's thought also that these desert ellies can move up to around 100 to 150 kilometers in search of food and water in a day, or in a cycle kind of thing. So it's quite a very far range that they would then take on in order to get that going. So obviously in areas where there is plenty, so lots of food, lots of water, they won't need to move as far as that. But these ellies are also adapted for that, and they can actually go without water for 7 days or so because of that specialized pouch that they have developed in their throats. So we're just going to track them for a little bit. Let's make sure we don't miss out on any of our ellie action for today. Looks like one final sip of water for this ellie at least. I do think we'll watch the rest of them kind of push off. So what we do have them, it's quite cool watching them kind of travel off and move off into the distance. Obviously just following that boundary around the camp. Definitely thinking about getting in there, I'm sure, for food at some point. And I wouldn't be surprised if there are stories of them actually breaking in at some stage and eating some of those trees. So you can see here there is this camel doring or camel thorn that is just off here, so they will find that shade under the bigger trees where they can find it. Obviously any tree that would allow them to kind of get under and get that shade, but it'll be under most often or not a camel thorn up here. And obviously on the areas where there are higher areas, I would think they would probably get into the shadow line and maybe use that to their advantage. And we have a black rhino coming through. This is really fantastic. Not a common sight to have them throughout or during the day, because it's normally in the evenings or early mornings that we get black rhino. And truly fantastic. So we've definitely broken through the record in terms of my record on the dam cams of how many species we've had. And what a way to end it off with a black rhino. That takes us to 15. And I do think it might hang around for a bit. Also now that these ellies have kind of moved off. So just watching it approach, and you can actually see that how armored it is. I was actually asked a question earlier as to how thick rhinos and elephant skins are. And with this guy coming in, we can actually note, because we now have both species here, what the differences are. You can see the wrinkles on this ellie here on the left. And as this rhino approaches, you'll see how much smoother it is. But it also does have those skin folds. It does look a lot more plated and armored because of that plating. So the rhino's skin will be around 4.5 centimeters odd thick. And the ellie in places up to about 4 centimeters thick, and around 2.5 centimeters where it is thinnest on those, in those grooves on the wrinkles. But let's just see, this ellie is really, really cool. So let us just move over to that rhino. Just good to see the ellies move off. And we do have the oryx, but these rhinos move quite quickly. And here we go, just drinking here right now. So this is a black rhino of the western race as well. So a little bit bigger than the rhinos we get here, or the black rhinos we get here in Southern Africa or in South Africa. Noted to be bigger at least, and known to be about 3 subspecies. So also the East African one, so you get in Masai Mara and in Tanzania too. Black rhino also noted to take on or eat around 220 different species of plants. So that would be trees and succulents as well. So really cool just to see something so cool. This pachyderm with that nice silhouette on it as well. I'm hoping it does get into the water, because it might be something that it is thinking of. It does look like it's been wallowing already as well. But we're just going to sit here and watch it. Let's see what happens with the black rhino. We also have our sandgrass there. So one just kind of dropped on that side, and those are the Namakwa sandgrass, as we've seen. Again, just going to sit and observe this rhino, because we don't get to see them very often. I think it might venture into the water now. Really, really awesome having this black rhino with us. Thoroughly enjoying this. My favorite pachyderm. Definitely one of the animals I look forward to seeing the most when I am in the bush, and provided they are in the area. So I'm just trying to find our rhino again. It is giving me a bit of trouble, these controls. So as soon as I can, I will. Hi Hannah, and they will generally try and get under vegetation. So like this rhino even, which I'm surprised it even is out right now, because they generally are more active, the black rhino, at night or in early mornings, and they spend their days resting up in the thickets. So right rhino, if it is storming as well, would probably also end up in those thickets where it felt like it was sheltered. So definitely under the cover of trees and that kind of thing as well. But I have heard of them also being struck by lightning in certain areas, which is very unfortunate, obviously. It's not uncommon for wildlife to be struck by lightning, specifically in open areas as well. It does look like our black rhino is leaving. It does seem to be missing a tail as well. We are going to follow it for as long as possible. You can see how plated it is and armored. So they are quite territorial, although they do have home ranges. You'll find that they are more territorial within those territories of theirs, and they move within their home ranges to come and access water and the rest. But really special, real special to be able to sit with a black rhino. Really on a mission and probably doing exactly what Hannah was just asking, trying to go and find some shelter, get out of the heat. Maybe it'll be around this evening. So I'm assuming it's going to go this direction. So there's quite a lot of vegetation there, food for it. Maybe we'll just come back. Just make sure we do keep an eye on it. While we do have the black rhino around, and as it walks off, we'll just spend some time just making sure we've got the most of our sighting with the black rhino. And as it does kind of disappear off into the yonder, we'll definitely have one quick scan over and see who else might be here, or perhaps take you somewhere else. Really so special. It does start, well, he's starting to get to the edge of our focal range here, so I'm just going to zoom back out. I'm going to let it mosey on its way to go and find food or some shelter, it seems. Just have a look, one last look here. Can just watch him kind of going into those thickets there as well there. We'll do that for a few seconds. So that seems to be the end of the rhino. Let's just see who is here quickly. I don't want to miss out. Just want to make sure that we are actually looking correctly though. Just zoom on too. But it seems like we were spoiled and treated here, and I think it is probably time for us to go and see another spoil and treat across in Djuma. Very far distance from here, but definitely worth going to go and have a look. So lots of ellies and a black rhino, and again another ellie bull here in the Lowveld in the Sabi Sands. And really just special being so close to them. And again, we'll just sit here and watch it for a few seconds, take it in, and enjoy our experience. So really cool just listening to those hornbills as well here. And this ellie doing the most for us. And now that this one is actually quite up close, we can just see those wrinkles and the difference obviously between the smoothness of a rhino skin and how wrinkled these ellie skins are. And I was mentioning earlier that their skins differ to the Asiatic ellies as well, which are far smoother too. This guy seems to be quite content just drinking that water and enjoying itself. My pleasure, Miliani, but thank the ellies. It's them who have treated us to these fantastic ellie sightings today. It's the wildlife that we owe the thanks to. It was them who decided to show up for us. And you can actually also make out the difference, one of the core differences between Asiatic and African ellies. And the ellie is kind of probing around, that they have kind of two fingertips at the end of their trunk. I mean, you can see it on the side profile when it is there. And the Asiatic ellie has one, just on the tip. So that's one of the differences that we would note. Obviously the others being size, height, shape of the ears, less wrinkly skin, sometimes pinker, sometimes a little hairier. Those are some of the differences. Also their toenails. Really great scenes. And you can see here what we were talking about with the elephant up in Okakuyo and sometimes in Madikwe with their brittle tusks. Here this ellie has obviously got very impressive tusks, and obviously that characteristic kind of point at the end of them. They aren't broken, and that is because of the diet in the area and because there's a lot of nutrients here for them. So because of that, we can just tell that there obviously is a difference in see a few funny comments there. But yeah, we can obviously tell the difference in what is in the vegetation around here and how much more nutrition is around here, because those tusks aren't as brittle and they haven't broken. Really special. What a lovely way to end the day, and we've really had such an action-packed day so far. Seems to be thinking of moving on. Possibly a bit hungry. So really just quite cool watching this Ellie do his thing around this little pan here. I'll just make sure that we can see him. So you'll also see that black Smith lapwing just to the left hand side of the eddy right now, but really awesome just to sit here and just enjoy a really nice up close Ellie sighting here in Djuma. I'm sure a precursor to a good afternoon on Sunset Drive later as well. Good to know they are around. Does seem to be rather relaxed. I think it's kind of a little bit of playing with the water more than anything else, drinking as he feels. Just dragging his trunk around. Very, very cool. Lovely to just sit with eddies. Ooh. Hopefully I didn't move too much there. Oh shit. That's not meant to happen. Sorry, these controls have gone on the bug, but it has been a really fantastic day. We've seen so much. We got to end off with our Ellie, and we did see the black rhino, and we did hit 15 species on the dam cam, so we can't complain really. It's been a fantastic day all around. Ralph had some fantastic sightings too, and so did Andrew. But please don't forget that Penguin Beach starts just after this. And it does look like our Ellie's going to treat us and walk straight past us as we do close down for the day. But thank you to everyone who has assisted and been a part of the show, as well, and in particular, all the animals and wildlife that have treated us to such fantastic sightings today. But please do tune in again tomorrow, and tune in again for Penguin Beach and for the Sunset Safari just now as well. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
afternoon to all our Penguin Beach goers. My name is Gary. I'll be your naturalist for today. Behind the camera we have Jason again. Welcome, Jason. Thank you as always for the awesome footage. Guys, it is a stunner of a day today. We have blue skies, we have blue water, water is flat, and we are here again with our cute and cuddly friends. And clumsy, as I tend to always put it, but you can see it's a stunner of a day. Jason actually told me earlier that he did take a swim earlier this morning and the water is brilliant. So once again, welcome to everyone. I'd just like to remind everyone again, we are live and interactive. So if you have any questions, any queries, send them through. It's always great to hear from everyone. And just again, it doesn't have to be marine, doesn't have to be bird. It can be about anything you'd like to hear.